Run, Juanito, run. It is midday and you have important business. A school is a time for refreshments, for jokes and laughter. It is a time for quietness, for pleasant games and gentle amusements. It is a fine day and school is out. It is a day, Juanito, and you have had your lunch. But your father is hungry. It is for this reason you run, leaving behind the games, the amusements. Run now for the food your mother has prepared. For also may eat and rest and refresh himself. This is the story of Juanito and his father Juan Tomas Garcia, and his mother Maria, his sister Petra, his little brother Jesus, and the baby Conchita. This is the story of a part of the United States, the island of Puerto Rico. The story of the people who live on that island. This is a land where many live by farming, where a man's living comes from tobacco or coffee or citrus or sugar. Whatever the crop, the work is hard, the sun is hot. The work is hard, the land is poor. It is difficult for a man to earn a living.
Hello. Don't just ignore that it's like an hour late, okay? Nobody else knows. Nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know that we're an hour late. And if you're watching the VOD, no, I wasn't an hour late, actually. It didn't even matter. Hello everyone. I am Karathu Fenor. I'm the first and last Philosopher VTuber, the last librarian of Alexandria, though I think we're rebranding a little. After this stream. It was gonna be this stream, and then I was like, I have so much to do. I can't get this all done. So yeah, new intro. Took a while to find something that I thought was worth it because now I don't know if this is gonna be like I haven't decided yet in my head if I want to retire the first intro or if I want to make it so that there's whenever I start stream it's like a random one out of the two now, and then so throughout the years we can add more. Leisure Time is iconic. I do like it. I really like it as well. The thing is, like, it's been a year and my original idea was actually to do a new one every year, but I feel like I didn't. It wasn't. I feel like I haven't seen it enough yet. Like I'm not sick and tired of it yet. So I think randomization is the way to go. Yeah. So I think from now on, I haven't been able to set it up yet, but I'm gonna from now on set it up so that it's either this new intro or the old one. I'm not sure if you could see it the way it started stream, but if you watch the VOD, you might be able to see it. This video is titled "The Root of Happiness." And it's just like a video about like it's like a 22-minute long video, which is a lot longer than like the probably 10-11 minutes that Leisure Time is. But I don't know. I really liked it. So anyways, the reason why I was a bit late was because I was trying to set that up, and like that seemed fine to you, right? But the thing is, I was trying to set that up in OBS, and in order to sorry, I was trying to set that up in Stream Overlays, and in order to set that up in Stream Overlay, the video needed to be under 30 megabytes. The problem is it was a 22-minute video, so I tried to cut it, and then when you cut a video, you have to export it, and then I exported the video, and then it was still too big, and then I cut it again, and it was still too big, and then I put it on a website. And I literally set it so that it would it would compress specifically to a file size. I compressed it to be 29 MB, right? Because I didn't want it to be too much. It comes out at 30.03 MB, and that's over, and I can't use it, and I'm fucking pissed off. I'm so mad that they would do that. I don't know why they would do that. This could have been something you did earlier in the week. Yeah, if I didn't have other things to do earlier in the week, I could have done this earlier in the week. That's true, but I also had other shit to do earlier in the week. Oh, I hate. Why do I do this? Like, I don't even. Who cares? Like, who fucking cares how this stream looks? Like, a handful of people care, and that's it. You care? Yeah, but you're like 5, 10 people maybe. That's a lot of people, actually. I wouldn't ruin like a conversation between like 3 people. I feel like that's already too much. So yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh god, it's so much work though. You love being unprepared? No, but I find that I always am unprepared. You should put care into your work. You have no idea how much fucking like oh my god. Oh my god. You live with procrastination? It's not true. I procrastinate. I used to procrastinate a lot, but the thing is like I've procrastinated less now, not because I'm less of a procrastinator. It's just I've had less like time to procrastinate because I'm just doing shit. I'm just doing shit. Like I haven't truly had a break. I think I had a break on like Saturday. And it was like the first time like 2 or 3 weeks, man. Okay. Sorry. That's like that's quite negative, isn't it? To just sort of jump in. How's the watch along for Insta? That was good. It was fun. Let me just set the. Okay. It's good. It was fun. Okay, so I'm gonna cut through the chatter a little bit. Unfortunately, okay. As much as I'd love to sit here and talk to everyone, and that's the whole stream, which I don't, by the way. Just don't get any funny ideas. Don't. But as much as I'd love to just yap the whole stream, well, that's what I'm doing anyways. But as much as I'd like to just talk and chat, there are some things I want to go through that make this the first anniversary stream because it's like kind of important. So it's not going to be like really big and dramatic because I don't have the budget for that, but it's more so going to be interesting and worth thinking about. That's what I want this stream to be. I've changed the title shortly before I started the stream. What is it? What is the title now? My streaming philosophy, birthday, anniversary, and lore. Right. And I mean that. I want to get into. Oh, sorry. I want to get into my streaming philosophy. It's been a year. But what this is more so a retrospective or reflection on the past year. And because it's the first year as well, I do have to get into it a bit. I have to go deeper in, right? And talk specifically about the genesis of Karos Euphranor for a little bit, in order for the birth of Karos Euphranor to make sense. Are you 61 years old, or are you 60 years old season 2? I am 60 season 2. That's probably, I think it. Yeah. MatPat lore. Well, okay, it's not a lore video. I've already done the lore video. I've already done it. It's just more I'm explaining the lore is what I'm doing. I'm explaining the lore I've done. Okay, because it's been a year and nobody's bothered to figure it out. At some point it's like I put out this puzzle. It's been a year. No one's done it. Fuck it. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm just not gonna bother. one of the things I wanted to do for today's stream that I unfortunately couldn't do, well, there's multiple things, right? First thing is I wanted to update the transition. I had an idea. You actually see the transition. It's the swoop and the wind that sort of carries into the next screen. That's like the transition between the Metal Gear Solid codec screen and the ending splash art, if you will. That's the transition I was gonna set up for my streams, but due to time constraints today, I haven't been able to do that. You'll see it in tomorrow's stream, or the Wednesday stream, whatever. Like, you'll see it soon, right? The other thing is the intro is not properly set up because there's supposed to be text under it that says, stream starting soon, to make it clear that I'm not just playing something. I haven't been able to do that yet due to also time constraints. One more thing that I wanted to do for this first year anniversary stream was I wanted to update the chat to look less ugly, and but then I quickly realized, maybe I want to say a week or two ago, when I really was putting all of these things into motion, that this is not happening, because you need to be able to code, and you need to be able to code. You need to be able to create assets. You can use PowerPoint or Google Slides for that, but you still need to do it and have an eye for how it should look like. And my problem is I'm so picky I'm such a perfectionist with the way things look, that it's like I could never actually get that done and finalized, so I'd rather just not do it instead. But all this to say, or rather, that's all this to say, yeah, like I couldn't update the chat box in time. I don't know when I'd be able to get this done, because it feels like a more long-term thing. I want to say maybe the 1.5, maybe in 6 months we'll be able to get this done. Maybe when we hit 1,000 subscribers, because that's maybe gonna take longer than 6 months, judging from the trajectory of my growth and outreach. Just commission someone to make it for you, yeah, but then it's like, then our team has more shit to do. I'll bring it up with our team at some time in the future, but you also have to code it, because there's some lines you have to write the code for it too, and I just don't know how that works. I'm pretty sure I watched Ying's video on streaming, and that was my blueprint guide. And my debt will grow. I'm a little less worried about that. So whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry I'm a bit late, everyone. I'm actually really nervous for this stream, a lot more nervous than I thought I would be, because going into it I was thinking I'll just talk about the first year. It's not that hard, and I was I've rehearsed it a lot in my head, the rough points I wanted to go through, the things I wanted to share. But I realized I also want the VOD to not be too long, because I realized very early on in my streaming career that I talk a lot, and I'm not as articulate and concise as I want to be. As much as I think I'm articulate, but I'm not concise. I need to be quick. I need to get to the point. I think concision right now is my biggest enemy from the first year. If I were to, skip ahead a little bit and talk about or mention roughly what I've learned in the first year of streaming, or one of the biggest things I think I need to improve, or things I need to learn for my future, is I need to be so concise. I need to just shut the fuck up. And I can't. I need to cut everything I'm saying in half, in an appropriate amount of words, to get to a point, and prepare multiple points maybe to mention and bring up into a stream. So that's one of the things I'm working on. But before we get into that, oh god, I'm a little tired. Okay, now it's roughly 15 minutes into it. You're so late, but hi. You're never gonna be as late as me, don't worry, Azure. Being so verbose to say that you need to talk less and be more. I know, but doesn't that make sense? Okay. So let's begin. Welcome to the first anniversary of Karasu for Now. Today we're going to dive, roughly, into my streaming philosophy, and there's going to be a lot to cover in this. Bear with me. And by bear with me, I mean bear with me panicking and detouring, because I have a lot of things to say, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. This is probably one of the more important streams, to me, and I hope, I don't know if people will give a shit, frankly, but I hope this is one of the more important streams to people who are subscribed to this channel, so they'll click on it and watch the VOD, even if you're not here live. I know, less people are going to care about this than Class of 09, but it is what it is, right? Okay. This is 1 year of Philosopher. Now, the main event, I think, is going to be me talking about my debut. I'm going to have it up, and I'm not going to play everything, but I'm probably going to maybe like 1.5 times speed through some bits, and then really cringe at myself, and then I'll talk about the process behind it, as a sort of looking back. I think before we do that, though, I want to retell or reiterate the premise of Philosopher, actually. You believe it's been a year? I can't. I really cannot. It's gone by too fast. Hey. Thanks for joining member, Ari. Thank you. Okay. So. Philosopher was an idea I had that didn't have the name Philosopher up until probably like a month before my debut, or like a month before I started posting shit on social media, which was like, I think beginning of June, end of May. Prior to that, there was this channel went by a different name, and I think if you were to Wayback Machine, you could find it. Personally, I'd prefer if you didn't. Because I think it's just not part of the canon, and I want you to think about the canon more than the non-canon. And if it's non-canon, if it's like a mistake I make, then it's just not very much worth thinking about. So, try not to look into it further beyond the genesis in a meta sense when I tell you that this started as Philosopher, okay? No way you can Wayback Machine this channel. Somebody made a screenshot. Maybe nobody did, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, don't check it, I guess. The idea is like this started as Philosopher. This truly started as Philosopher. Some forbidden lore as well alongside this that, again, you don't have to bother looking for because it's all privated. You're never gonna find this. Is So I started this channel, I want to say, actually technically 2 years ago, like a year and a half ago. And I started by just posting random videos as like proof of concept for just to share to my friends. It's like, hey, I want to VTube, and if I VTube, my content's going to be in this specific style. Now, it turns out that it wasn't at all what I was doing on those videos. It was so different from what I'm doing now that I've ended up privating all of it. None of it made any sense. Some people who have chatted on these streams before is privy to this primordial knowledge, but you'll never know who. You will never know who it is. But there's some primordial knowledge there that I just don't think is very much worth focusing on. Right. I suppose the journey then begins. Where is it? Prior to my debut, which is like the oldest stream right now. It's titled Jobless Philosopher Debuts as VTuber, brackets gone right, gone platonic. Now, admittedly, looking back, it's not very good. Looking back, I think my debut was not that good at all. I'll get into it. We'll react to it. We'll talk about it. But before we do that, I want to say that alongside my YouTube debut, which is like the first time I started streaming, by the way. Like, a lot of people don't recommend this, and I agree, actually. Don't debut if you've never even streamed before, because a debut is like a big kind of start that you kind of you have to have some experience with the software you're working with the flow of things, with being able to talk and focus and stuff. It's not recommended you do what I did. What I did was I just started streaming, and I was like, fuck it, I have to do a debut. It's me. It's very important, my beginning, and I would like to look back in time and talk about it. And because of that, I'm going to put extra effort in it and pretend as if it's a grand opening, even though that really shouldn't be your approach to streaming. That's what I thought, and that's what I did. And that has led to me going into this channel, with a very much like, I'm making a big splash, and no part of me thought I would regret it. No part of me thought I wouldn't make it to a year and I would hate it. And looking back, that's fucking stupid, because there were very many ways and possible timelines where I ended up hating this, or ended up feeling kind of miserable and not doing it, or not, being nearly as excited about it as I am today. All this to say, I'm very, very lucky. Haven't seen your streams in a while, but want to hop and say happy birthday anniversary. Thanks, Luigi. I haven't seen you in a while too, so I hope you're doing well. Music's how the debut for me. So you weren't even here, okay? None of you were here. None of you were here for my debut, which is good. You should not have been there for the debut. It's not great at all. A lot of things clicked in place together. I won't get too much into the pre-debut like model process, because I think that's something we can talk about with Art Team, which is a stream we're going to do this week. It's going to be this Friday, I think. There's going to be an interview with Art Team. I saw someone comment just now, what are you going to ask Art Team? Well, I've got a few questions. I've got a few things I know I can say, but also, and I have yet to set this up because I'm so busy and I can't have any time to do anything. I'm sorry, but I want to set up like a Google form, maybe, or like something like that, a survey monkey. I don't know, for people to put in their questions for Art Team. I want you guys to ask Art Team stuff, and we'll obviously sort through the questions and figure everything out. I have questions prepared for Art Team, like as in like not really questions, because I know what, like, I'm gonna be asking Art Team questions I already know the answers to, but it's more for you. It's more for you, right? And I also just want Art Team to explain it. That's something I think would be good. Yeah, but it's gonna be an open forum. Okay, so with that out of the way, I want to dip very quickly into Reddit, which is unfortunate. I posted on Reddit before my debut, so that's most of my debut audience, or debut like viewers, were from that Reddit, probably, where I promoted myself on r/virtual YouTubers. It's like, hi, I'm a philosophy major. I'm gonna debut as a VTuber. People should watch me. And then like maybe like I want to say 5 people clicked from that, maybe 10, 15. I don't know. People like watching debuts because it's like it's a fun thing. You start and then it's like the first. You get the feeling of like a global premiere of something. The reality is I think they're overhyped and overrated, and mine is probably conceptually good, which is what mattered to me. What mattered to me was I knew it would be bad in execution, because it has to be bad. You have to start bad. You can't start perfect. That just doesn't work. So I knew I would be bad in execution, but at least I wanted the idea to be good. And hey, I think looking back a year ago, I think the idea was good as well. Yes, I've been through your Reddit. All right, thanks for stalking that. I put that there intentionally for people to stalk. So like everything I do is intentional, by the way. I'm gonna break the fourth wall a little bit and say this, right? Everything you can find that's related to Karas Euphonor is not coincidental. Everything I do on this channel, on otherwise, is very intentional. It goes towards building an idea of what I want this to be. And in a sense, I want it to be rewarding because it's like you're figuring it out. It's almost like the premise to a fantastic question. Now, what the question is, I'm not gonna articulate and verbalize to you, because I think what's more rewarding is you figuring out the question at the center of this philosophical project. And that's what this is. This is a philosophical project. And there's a question at the core of all of this. I've hinted at it. I've talked about it. You can probably guess half of the question. You probably know half the question, actually, of this project. But the other half is, although very intuitive, I've never quite put both of them together. It's all about you in the end. It always has been. It always has been. Okay. With that being said, now, and before we continue any further, because I'm going to be pausing and talking a lot, I might as well just like click into the this stream. I might as well just click into the stream. Where is it? Okay, there it is. Welcome to the React portion of this VOD. Yeah, it's React and D-time. Before we click into the debut stream, oh, it's only an hour? It felt longer than that. It felt longer than that. Before we click into that, I have to tell you that, first of all, I didn't do a lot of promoting for this. I tried to promote on Reddit, but the thing with the subreddit is, I think the predominant appetite in the subreddit r/virtual YouTubers is for female VTubers, which is funny to say, because why would you say female VTubers? It's like, it almost kind of goes without saying, doesn't it? But you do kind of have to say male VTuber. There's like a sort of like, you know what I mean? It's like the patriarchal gender normative dynamics of VTubing are really interesting and something I'll explore in the future. But for now, all I'll leave with you is just the fact that, at least in my experience, for me, calling someone a VTuber, or when someone is a VTuber, you kind of just assume they're like a woman, or at least femme presenting. It's interesting. All right. Now, after the debut, on the same day, I streamed Hades 2. Now, the reason I streamed Hades 2, I forgot about that. The reason I streamed Hades 2 is because I wanted to play Hades 2. That's it. That was actually it. I just wanted to play Hades 2. It came out, or like the 1.0 open beta came out, and I was like, yes, Hades 2, I've been waiting for this for so long. And then when it coincided with my debut, I was just like, fuck it, I'll just debut and then I'll play the game. It's just gonna be for myself. And I was like, yeah, this works. And then I came up with the title, and I was like, if I can come up with the title and a thumbnail, I can do the stream. And then what I did was I came up with the title and thumbnail, which is Absurdism Grifter Plays Hades 2. Am I an absurdism grifter? A little bit. Actually, I thought I was, but I realized I'm actually a Kierkegaardian existentialism grifter, which is a little different. NB VTuber when? I feel like there are. It's just like not very prevalent. I wish it was though. Congrats on 1 year. Thank you. I played Hades 2 for like, you know, the and you could tell like 1 year ago, 11 months ago. It was literally today, right? I played Hades 2 for the Saturday I debuted on, and then the Sunday I also played Hades 2 because I just wanted to play Hades 2 in the weekend. I did a Q&A stream because I knew that was the first thing people want to see from me, is like, okay, you're the Philosopher VTuber, right? What does that mean? what is the meaning of life, Karasufenor? Like, that was what I figured. And I wanted to get that out of the way very quickly, which is why I made this stream. It's not very good. Then I did a Tears of the Kingdom stream, and that was also because I was like, I want to play Tears of the Kingdom. I just want to play it really, really badly. And you know what? It might have been a good stream to start off with. 8th stream thumbnail's a lie? Oh yeah, you guys don't get to see this, do you? Because it's like unlisted. Yeah, I've unlisted this stream. So yeah, I didn't even talk about this. And then I just start, and then this is the beginning where I started yapping streams, and I talked a lot. It was not even philosophical. It was actually just me complaining about shit and then yelling about stuff and waving my fist at the sky. The first of many, by the way. I played a so this is the stream where I talk about it, but I actually, prior to this stream in Honkai Star Rail, where I unfortunately did a Honkai Star Rail stream, I did a trolley problem stream. Now, this isn't like any trolley problem. This is specifically a game called Trolley Problem Inc. It's played by some YouTubers, some streamers, and I thought going into it that it would be like a fun thing to play as the Philosopher VTuber. This would be the first game that's like, okay, this makes sense for the channel, right? I played it. It sucked ass. It was so bad. Not only was it bad, it was offensively bad. And the jokes were in incredibly poor taste. So much so that I was like, fuck this. I hate this. I got really angry and I started saying things that are not going to get me canceled. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like I didn't do like a PewDiePie. Okay, that's not what I did. Okay, it's just none of you know what I'm talking about. But I had to enlist the stream. I just kind of had to enlist the stream. I couldn't not enlist the stream. I will give the full reason in maybe a year or 2 or 3 years. But this is not the end of this. This is not the end of this. So there's more mystery to this, okay? Someone wants to have, they could probably send a link to the Discord. Yeah, maybe, but it's like, I prefer you not watch it. I don't think it's my best work. I don't like it. And okay, it's one of the reasons why I stopped. I'll tell one of the reasons I can tell you for why I decided to end the stream, because there were several. One of them was because the trolley problem stream, or the game, involved at some point you making a choice to sacrifice 1 life or 5, and whatever outcome you choose, someone dies, right? That's the idea. That's what makes it the trolley problem. And several questions later, the way the game is laid out is like they give you a bunch of questions one at a time, and you're supposed to get through all of the philosophical questions as they get more and more complex. The trouble with this one was one of the jokes they played was when you're choosing a decision on maybe like question 17 or question 18 or 19 or whatever, they flashed like it was honestly a little disturbing, but they flashed like a black and white image of like a child with like an X crossed out of the like eyes or something, and it was like a little uncanny as well, the way the image was. And they did that to simulate like PTSD. The joke is like, oh, as you're picking in the later trolley problem choices, you're getting PTSD from the lives you killed earlier on. That's the joke, right? I get the joke. The humor is not beyond me. Like, I understand it. But I think it was in very poor taste because the joke just involved flashing you with imagery that simulates PTSD. And it's like, it was a bit too real. Does that make sense? It was a bit too real. That was one thing. The other thing was, it was also just unfunny. Like, I don't think they executed the joke well. I don't think it, like, it sounds funny. I wish they did it in a better way. I think I'm describing in good faith. I'm trying to portray the joke as something that could have landed in some other fashion, but to me it didn't. And then they kept doing more and more jokes like this that were also similarly distasteful and just not very funny. Like it became annoying. Like it was just now you're curious, you could just buy the game and play yourself. It's Trolley Problem Inc. Like people played it. I just didn't like it. And then I think I reacted in a way that is unbecoming and not quite the way I wanted to. And it just like, yeah, like it was just unfunny. That was my biggest problem. It wasn't that they had dark humor. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. I played Class of '09 and I love Class of '09. That's not it. The issue is like it wasn't done well. Like the issue was just like I think it was bad. Like it was unfunny. Okay, that's the issue. Anyways, long story short, I then did a stream like shitting on it or trying to complain about how it was bad. Shortly after that, the Elden Ring DLC came out, and then I played the Elden Ring DLC, and then at that point, I was like, you can tell the trajectory of the channel identity. I was like, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing next. After this, actually, after like 8 streams of Elden Ring DLC, where I just wanted to play the Elden Ring DLC, you can tell already. You could see like the slow evolution of time and like how much longer my streams get on average. And it really started with the Elden Ring streams. I also was a PNG for that, yeah. Anyways, like I beat the final boss too. That was pretty good. I spent 2 hours talking about why it was good, even though people were complaining about it. I played Tears of the Kingdom again, and this was the first. And then I did the first reading stream. My first reading stream was Present Age by Søren Kierkegaard. Self-explanatory. I just like, I knew I wanted to read it at some point in time, and I knew I wanted to read some philosophy on the channel. And this was the same week, by the way, that all this shit was happening. But I thought to myself, okay, I'm gonna do this thing that's a little interesting, where I read philosophy instead of explain it or make a stream about a topic where I give a lecture or a presentation. I thought one of the better ways to approach this is actually just to read it, to make it accessible, not by transforming the thing, but by letting it breathe through me, this thing that is philosophy. And then some people came in during the stream. Some of you, I think, came in during the stream. Everything prior to this stream is like there were like 2 or 3 people that were in the streams talking to me that were like maybe people I knew in real life, or maybe people that just stuck around because they wanted to see me fail at things. And they were also hosted in a very different time zone, so, or a very different time period, not time zone, than my usual stream schedule now. So all this to say is, you prior to this stream, this one, you probably don't know what happened here. So I have to give you that. After this bit, I'm gonna stop, right? So then I did a week, and this was 10 months ago. So it was what, like August? And I was thinking, I need to think of a theme. This is the first time I was like, I need to do a themed series of streams. And since then I've been trying to do themed things going forward. The first idea that came to my mind was, I'm gonna do a class or like a student week or like a learning week, like a school week. That's the theme, right? So this was partially because I was reading some philosophy of education at the time, particularly My Pedagogic Creed by John Dewey, who's a very famous thinker in education. And I thought, okay, well, what do I couple alongside this? Oh, I know. I'll do like Fire Emblem 3 Houses, where I replay the game because it was 5 years since it came out. That timing worked out perfectly. And honestly, I themed this primarily around 3 Houses. I just wanted to play 3 Houses. And then there was this game where I was like, oh, I remember seeing this game on like Reddit or on like some other platform. It was a clip. It was really funny. There was a mall cop that shot like a teenager, and then she was crying in pain, and it was really like absurd and but weirdly comical. And I didn't know how to feel about it. That was Class of '09. That was when I was 2 months in. Yeah, it was. And I didn't feel early to me either, because it feels like Class of '09 was the turning point for everything. I guess I have that to thank for, but everything prior to this is like, It felt like one period. It felt like one very long period in my life where I was streaming with no purpose, or rather, I was streaming with no audience or a very small audience. I will say, and to your credit, Tara, you were the first consistent chatter to show up. That's in chat right now. There are some other people like Fufu and Fruitles, which some of you might remember, who were here earlier that were fairly frequent chatters, but since I moved my stream schedule to be later in the day, that didn't work for their time, for their live viewing, so they're now VOD watchers. Shout out to Fruitles and Fufu, because you're probably watching this VOD. You probably are. Anyways, and then Class of '09, and everything else is history. I have no reason to explain everything else. You were probably there, and if you weren't there, someone you know probably was there too. Yeah, '09 definitely multiplied my subs. It was crazy. Like, I did the '09 stream, and I remember peeking over at my concurrent viewership, which, in hindsight I shouldn't have done it all, but I remember peeking over and going like, this is the highest it's ever been since my debut. And I know the fact that the only reason my debut had a high concurrent was because it's a debut stream. That's literally the reason. If it didn't have the word debut in it, like, no one will give a fuck at all. So I was like, okay, that's interesting that some people care. And then I think over time, the VOD actually, when it ended, I had 100 views, and then over the course of a week or two, it climbed to about a few thousand, and we're at 2.4k right now. And this is a VOD. This isn't like a video I uploaded. This is a VOD. I didn't know VODs could explode in popularity, or not explode, but could gain more than what it usually, like, it had some level of outreach. I thought it just had zero outreach. So I guess color me surprised. Not that that matters, right? This is all a behind the scenes thing, but yes. You remember your viewers, you actually care? Well, like, I kind of have to. Because, like, who else is there for me to remember if I see a name pop up, like, every other day when I do this very intentional activity of live streaming? Anyways, let's get into the debut stream, and we'll talk about it.
Well, Ken.
Oh, it's a little rough. It's a little rough. It doesn't start at the beginning. Okay, here we are. We're reacting now. This is the part where we react. Don't lie, you didn't want to make presentations because you hate preparing stuff. I mean, like, sort of, but, like, I hate it not just because I don't like doing it, but also I hate it conceptually. I feel like there's enough of that. Anyways. Where are we? Sorry, I'm reading some of the comments before I begin, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. The Elden Ring Saga, my favorite. Pull up the 8-hour VOD. It was so bad too, because it was like, it was very early on when I started streaming, so I didn't even say anything half the time. I was just so tired. I was just like trying to get through the DLC, and I was just quiet. I was just like running through and like beating shit up. And there were not that many people in chat. I think, Tara, you were probably the only person that dipped in and out of it, and that was it. It was like the first stream where I was like, this is going on for so much longer than it needs to be. I need to go away. Okay. Oh, I debuted with the video. I wanted to. This was or rather with Leisure Time, but it didn't start at the beginning. I didn't know how to do that. Hi, happy 1 year. Thanks, Under. Hello. I missed you. I hope you're doing well. Conceptual hatred of the debut stream you made? No. I actually love it conceptually. I hate it in execution. I'm going to criticize my execution, and I'm going to glaze myself in concept. That's what I'm going to do. My last question, has SPM3 reached out to you? Because he reached out to that one racist Fox VTuber. Well, unfortunately, I wasn't racist enough for SPM3 to reach out to me. So, no, I haven't been reached out to. I wish I did. I wish I was. If only I was racist enough for that. I'm not, though. If only I was like enough of a bigot for him to want to talk to me. Oh well, it is what it is. Stream starting soon. Don't leave, please. This is at a time where I think my humor I couldn't quite define and figure out closely. We can show chat replay as well. Do we want to show chat replay? I guess we will. Oh look, someone's streaming. I wonder who that could be. Oh dear, but nobody was here. Nobody said anything. Oh god, this is how every indie VTuber's debut goes. It's like it's just an empty chat, and then maybe it's like one person talking, and they're like a mod that clearly is like an IRL friend of this person who's debuting. That's just how every debut goes. Like indie debut goes. You have to expect that. You have to expect that, and I did too. Honestly, this is better than I thought. Anyways.
Well,
oh no,
Ken.
shit! There were people saying
Yes,
things.
Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained
All right.
a lot of leisure time.
Thank
in
you
the
for
last
gifting 50
century or
Tara.
so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's
Just
always
came back from
complaining
Walking
that she
Dead
doesn't
streams. I
have
hope they were
enough
fun.
time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
Do you see chat? Okay, I don't want you to see all of chat. I just want you to see some of it.
My, this
get an
new
idea
washer
of it.
certainly is a time saver.
Easy.
And
Once
I
again,
do need some
congratulations.
extra time.
I realize you're also,
let's see, I
you
wanna
guys,
do some
three of you are
shopping,
also modded.
This first.
That's not my intention.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but
I kind
it
of
still
wanted to
looks
unmod
like
you.
work.
I wanted to unmod you three. I think I could.
Well,
Can I
have
do
to plan the
that?
program for the Women's Club next
I'm
month.
unmodding
That's
you
one of my
three.
favorite activities, you know. It does
Say
keep
goodbye
me
to your
busy,
power.
but,
I forgot to do
that's
that
not
completely.
What do you think, Ken?
Yep,
Well,
no more
Mother
mods.
does have more
I'm just
leisure
reminded
time
of
now.
that. I'm just reminded of
But
this.
still, she's
No,
always
no,
busy.
say goodbye to it. No more power for you.
How does she find so many things to do?
Do you remember being born?
Oh
The
shit,
haunting
here we
word?
are. Okay. So it didn't play a lot of this. Now, I could spend a good amount of time talking about leisure time for half an hour or something. But the thing with leisure time was ultimately uh that I felt it was a very interesting it captured a very interesting tone and atmosphere that I think was the aesthetic choice of my channel and my the things I wanted to do in it. It was a sort of like an old-timey, kind of a little eerie, but more like a PSA that's like it feels like it was well intentioned, but it's like it's a cool snippet of history. That's what it was. What if someone racist comes in? That won't happen. It's a date. It's an anniversary stream. Who the fuck is gonna? If this was like a video game, I was saying that's very popular, then maybe. Or if I was talking about the male loneliness epidemic, then maybe. But this is just a debut stream about a male VTuber. I don't think there's. I find it unlikely. Should at least have one mod. I'll have like no mods until I figure out what to do with it. Okay. Vape did come in Walking Dead. Yeah, because it was a popular game, but this is not a popular video game. This is a shitty debut from a mediocre VTuber. It's not happening. Does it mean you can add more emotes? I think it does, actually. You know what? I'm going to get to work on that after this. Sorry I didn't put the tomato in. Again, I know I was supposed to, but I didn't. I'm sorry. Where did you find it? Oh, okay. So now I guess I can... Oh, that was very dangerous. I was about to click into my history tab. Let me just, give me one moment. Okay, yep, yeah. Let me do that, just in case you see something I don't want you to see. Okay. Okay, yep. Alright, this should be good. Yeah, where I'm not. Don't worry, I won't. Don't do that. I won't do that. I think. Anyways, this is where I find it. It's the Library of Congress website. You can search for films and videos in the public domain. From 1900s to 1999 is my search for short films specifically, and I've just been like digging through these and watching these. That's what I've been doing. It's a huge resource of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff. It's super interesting. I'll send everyone a link. You know what? Uh, here it is. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'll drop the link in chat. This is where I like looked for a lot of my resources for public domain black and white stuff, which is super interesting to me as an aesthetic choice, but also as like a thing to think about and watch. Just because like you don't, I think streaming is such a new age thing. Okay, you know what? Maybe now it's time. Pokemon search history. Did you hear back from the Niji Sanji application? God, that's so funny because it's like, isn't like isn't there like, you know, isn't one of them never gonna do a cooking stream? You know, a particularly infamous individual. Yeah, I just don't think I'm a big fan of that company culture. It is what it is. Mandatory reading materials is dropped. It's not mandatory. It's optional. This is like optional further reading. But like if you wanted to know where I get this stuff, this is where I get it. And you want to know where I got this idea partially? Partially, this idea was inspired by the Stanley Parable. The old videos, the old like educational PSA videos from the Stanley Parable. It's so funny. They're so funny. I love what's his name? Davy Reedon, I think. Is his name Davy Reedon? Doug's brother. Okay, I love Doug's brother, the writer of the Stanley Parable. It is brilliant. I love it. Because like there's such a like it's an untraditional aesthetic. It's like it is a traditional thing, and it's like it's eerily familiar, but it's not. And it's like there's a feeling that you're invoked from this where you almost time travel back to see this, but then the context of it being shown in a VTuber stream, or like, you know, in the case of the Stanley Parable, in a video game in like the 21st century, creates a new meaning and context in this. And this is combined with hilarious narration work done in the case of the Stanley Parable that creates a fantastic sense of humor that is very unique to the vibe of the Stanley Parable that is just not anywhere else. And I was really inspired by that like aesthetic that I was like, this has to be a part of my lore. I got to do something with that. I remember in an interview, because I'm obsessed, right? I remember in an interview with the writer for the Stanley Parable, he mentioned he found these like public domain videos, and that was how he did those like the funny PSA skits for his game. And it was through, I think, either this website or another website. And since then I'd just been stalking that website and like scrolling through all the public domain footage to just see what they were doing like 100 years ago. It's so easy to click on YouTube and just find like a video someone made now, but you couldn't like find, but like when do you ever encounter a video someone made 100 years ago? 100, not like, you know, 5 or 10, not like what does the fox say, which sounds, when we say it, it sounds ancient, but relatively it's only like what, 10, 15, 12, 20 years ago. You know, it's ancient because of how quickly things move, how quickly we move in the digital age. That going back and watching a video, yeah, it's in black and white, that's one thing, but it's a video. It's not an old image. It's not an old journal. It's not an old text or like a book. It's living and breathing in a way that's somewhat familiar to us. What does the fox say is not 20 years old? It's like 10 years old. What's the difference? What's the difference? Okay. It's like 12, 15 years old. All right. I don't know. Anyways, point being, I was enamored with this, and when I was scrolling through, one day I found this video, or actually it wasn't one day. It was like probably, I want to say, a month before my debut. I was trying to find a starting soon screen. I found this video of Leisure Time, and I was like, this is fucking perfect. This is perfect. I love every part of this. This is my starting soon video. This is that. Hi, happy anniversary. Thanks, sexy man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Scrooge movie came from the Library of Congress. I don't think it did. I'm not sure where I found it, but maybe it did. Maybe it did. Your audience is 20 years old? No, actually, my audience is, statistically speaking, give me 1 second. As I look this up right now to immediately prove you wrong, all right? Give me a second. Statistically speaking, my audience is like in their 40s. Okay, actually, no, hold on, never mind. The majority has shifted. The majority is now like 18 to 24 years old at 40%. 35 to 44 is at 28% though. So shout out to the slightly older people that are still younger than me because I'm 60, but they're like, you know, they've had a bit more time in life to marinate on the atrocities of it. So the first 5 minutes, and it was a fascinating experience. The filmography and the way the characters talk was so different back then. It was, yeah. It was also so cool. I was enamored particularly by the what accent is it? The one that's like the transatlantic, the transatlantic American English accent. I was particularly struck by. Okay. Now, let's get into this. This is the first thing I did.
Being born. These haunting words may be the last that we hear from humanity's greatest temporal researcher. Fate has ordained that the men who went back in time to explore in peace will stay in the past to rest in peace. These brave men.
You've already watched this. If you haven't, then you know you didn't do your homework for a whole year. So I'm just gonna tell you the answer. Right? This video was the defining thing that I was like.
Final invention.
Actually, you know, it's not. I can show you the way it was on stream, but it might be better for me to. Oh. Uh-oh. All right, you know what? I should stop doing that and be very careful with this shit. Okay. That was fine. That was just my dashboard from my studio. I've shown that before. You don't need to see that, but like I've showed it before. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Uh-oh. But the last librarian of Alexandria is my like pride and joy, and the one thing where I was like, okay, I think I can cook. I think I can cook. I think this is the concept. This had to pin everything together. And if I couldn't do this, if I couldn't make this video, I wasn't gonna stream. It was very important to me that I got this video done. Gives you their own thing, receive pronunciation. Yeah, so that's different. Like, but yeah, the transatlantic accent is an American accent that incorporates some parts of their speech in a manner that's a bit similar to receive pronunciation, I think. But anyways.
Do you remember being born?
We're analyzing this whole video now.
Words may be the last that we hear from humanity's greatest temporal research.
I also painstakingly put all the subtitles here. I had to export it as a subtitle file and then put it onto the YouTube and then shift it and then time it so that everything was right. You don't understand the fucking work I put in. This stock footage of the clouds, I had to like look so hard for that, like, because this is actually not old footage. This is footage from like maybe like I want to say the 2000s or something. it was just in black and white. Like it was modern footage. It was just in black and white. And because of that, it was actually a lot clearer in definition than the other footage I used. And because of that, I had to actually compress this footage so that it looked similar enough to the other things that it wasn't distracting. Okay, the point was this was all supposed to be one sort of the first half of this. So trying to place what the fuck your accent is because it's American, but not quite. Yeah, like don't worry, me too. We're figuring it out as we go.
Being born. These haunting words may be the last that we hear from humanity's greatest temporal researchers. Okay, that was very important. Pay attention, everyone. Pay attention, okay? Do you remember being born? That's the question. Why is that the opening line? Have you ever thought about that? Probably not. You were probably like, funny VTuber, haha, okay? But listen, my art has meaning and impact, and this is what it is. These haunting words may be the last that we hear from humanity's greatest temporal researchers. Fate has ordained that the men who went back in time to explore in peace will stay in the past to rest in peace.
Does this, okay, right now in chat, this is a quiz, okay, right now in chat, does this speech sound familiar? I'm going to play the rest of it.
These brave men,
does this speech sound familiar? It should.
Lay down their lives in mankind's most noble goal, the search for truth and understanding. The time machine.
And then, like, this is when I start writing. But this earlier bit, this earlier section, this earlier part of the script is a direct reference. It's close, yeah, it's the moon landing. It's actually, this is the speech that the president of America, I forget who it was at the time, Nixon? I don't remember, was gonna give. He was gonna give this speech if the people who went to the moon, Aldrin and Armstrong, didn't make it back. If they didn't make it back and they died on the mission to the moon, there was a speech that was prepared and written to honor their memory and sacrifice in their death. We know in history that didn't happen. We know that they came back, and we never really heard the speech, at least in the way it was presented. But, eventually it wasn't leaked. I think it was just like published or publicized. This is paraphrasing the beginning of that speech, where the two astronauts went to the moon and they went there to rest in peace as well. That was the that's the reference.
Temporal researchers. Fate has ordained that the men
Holy shit, the member donor was like a 10th of your sub base. Yeah, it was. I have very few subscribers, okay.
These brave men, James Lyle and Charles Hutton,
Kennedy? Yeah, I
remember
Kennedy.
Most noble goal,
I think you've mentioned this before on stream recently. I did. Yeah. I did. Because I remember showing this video a few months ago on stream and talking a bit about it as well. I just couldn't resist. I couldn't resist talking about this because I'm so proud of it.
Lyle and Hutton were expected to embark on a quick trip to the Library of Alexandria.
Oh yeah, Lyle and Hutton? Where were they? James Lyle and Charles Hutton. Reverse the first and last names of them. Google them. You'll see what I mean. They are... I think they're geographical researchers. I don't know. I don't know what their exact field was, but they were known as... They were dubbed humanity's first time travelers or something, or okay, just Google it and you'll know what I mean. Okay, you'll know what I mean. I forget. It's been a while. I forget. I forget.
Was unveiled today at the Institute's broadcasted live demonstration.
They were geologists, yes. They were geologists that made a discovery about the way we can perceive history through like the movements of the earth or something. It's father geology. Yeah. Yes.
Trip to the Library of Alexandria, unveiling the answer to one of history's greatest mysteries. Regrettably, however, these two men did not
Nixon?
make it back
Okay.
to the present.
Yep.
The only thing salvaged from this tragedy was a strange scattered
This is Morse code. Also, yeah, all of this footage is not just random footage. I had to, like, you have no idea. There's a lot of black and white footage, right? That you'll find in that library and like of just footage. It's so hard to find footage where there's no one there. The idea was all this footage had to be empty. It had to be like not just nature. It had some if it had to be like, for example, you see like a what is this like what is that? I don't know what that is. It's like a man-made construct is all I like know, but I don't know exactly what it is. There's like an
These
ocean.
brave men, James
Or there's
Locke.
like, this is like a beach, I think, and there's like some stuff here. But the idea is like it's supposed to be civilization, and you can see that it's civilization at the time, but eerily human lacking. That was the idea. And finding this footage was so rough, and piecing it together to make it look coherent was even rougher. Oh god, I spent so much
Lyle
time
and
on this.
Hutton were expected to embark on a quick trip to the Library of Alexandria, unveiling the answer to one of history's greatest mysteries.
They were expected to go to the Library of Alexandria, unveiling one of the history's greatest mysteries. So just to catch you up on the dialogue, right? Lyle and Hutton were the names of two time travelers that were supposed to experiment with the time machine, and the time machine was regarded as the final invention. Why? Think about it. You make a time machine. What else do you have to make? Well, you'll make it in the future. Or like in the future, there's going to be technology. We'll be able to make like a solar disk or whatever you call it, the thing that can like harness like the sun or like a star, neutron star, whatever the fuck. The thing that envelops around like a star and then like harnesses the energy to like gargantuan potential in like humanity's technological development, right? Something as big as that would be an invention that might take place later. But if you can just invent a time machine, you can just go forward in time and grab those things, like whatever happens in the future, and just bring it past. Which is why the time machine is, logically speaking, the final invention. After you invent the time machine, you don't have to invent anything anymore. Or rather, whatever is invented no longer means will be invented. It means it will be invented, but we can just grab it for now. Do you see the themes I'm playing with? Do you see what I'm trying to do? Does this make sense to people? It should, because I spent a lot of time doing this, okay? Was the music purposely chosen? I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked. The first half of this video's music are the Enigma variations, specifically the Andante Enigma variation by Edward Elgar. This particular performance of the Andante Enigma variation is, I think, the only surviving performance of this piece that was conducted by Elgar himself before he died.
The search for truth and understanding. The time machine, regarded as
because otherwise, if you, and I'll just like look it up quickly, right? And play it to you. Enigma variations Andante. This is like a cleaner version, and it sounds like this. I hope I don't get copy struck by this. I'm gonna set up my audio so it's a bit louder. Sorry, I realize it's not very loud. One of the first things that were really impressive to me when I discovered your channel is how much work you put into your lore. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Because I give a shit. Yeah, Dyson Sphere, that was the thing I wanted to mention earlier. Because I give a shit and I care about it. But I want someone else to care about it at least half as much as I do, okay? This is the way the piece is supposed to go. And it's the first variation of this theme. It is the one of, not maybe I don't want to say the least popular. It's not the most popular variation of this. The most popular version of this is variation 9, Nimrod. Brief background on Edward Elgar's Enigma variations. Actually, this is gonna be a bit of a detour. Edward Elgar's Enigma variations are a set of was composed by a simple tune, a melody. He played, I think when he came, I'm trying to recall the story, right? he was somewhat successful as a composer and as a musician, but at that point, I don't think he was widely known enough. Or rather, he wanted to make something that was not just, for the masses. It was for himself. So he composed, just based off one recurring motif, a series of variations of a theme, which he calls the Enigma variations. And the word enigma is intentional too, to symbolize or to represent the friends and people in his life. So there are, I think, 12 variations of this, and they each represent a different person in his life. There's one that's based on his wife. There's one that's based on, like, one of, like, the neighborhood dogs. There's one based on one of his closer friends. That would be Nimrod. Nimrod is based on one of his closest friends. And unlike the way we use the word Nimrod now to mean, someone who's kind of a fool, I think that the word Nimrod back then meant something different. I think it meant someone who's brave, someone who was a hunter, I think was the idea. Anyways, the Enigma variations were composed, and there was a secret behind them. That's why he called it that. And up until he died, up until his death, Edward Elgar's death, no one has been able to crack the secret. No one has been able to figure out the secret behind the Enigma variations, like what it actually means. We know that it points to, or the many pieces point to different people in his lives, and I think we've been able to piece together who those people are. But I don't think anyone's ever actually figured out why he composed this. And he said so as well. He was like, this is a puzzle I want people to solve. What is this? What is the secret to this piece, or to this collection of pieces I've made? And in his whole life, no one's been able to solve it. Yes, it's based on the biblical king Nimrod, one of the first kings mentioned in the Bible. Yes, exactly right. Thank you you did your research. Yes. Coincidentally, Nimrod backwards is Doorman, similar to Doorman, whose chairman's up. God damn it. All right. Okay. Anyways, that's the music. That's the music. The music I used was the Enigma, the Andante piece of the Enigma variations.
Humanity's final invention was unveiled today at the Institute's broadcasted live demonstration.
There was a live demonstration unveiling the creation of the time machine.
However,
and then they were supposed to go, the first location they were supposed to go to, because, it's a time machine, you can go anywhere. What do you do first to test it, right? The first location Lyle and Hutton were expected to go visit was a trip to the Library of Alexandria. Now, what is the Library of Alexandria? Oh, it was a big library back in, what was it, ancient Greek? Something like that. And then there was a big fire, and the library was destroyed. And it's one of the most well-known, famous, big library destructions in history. Except, we don't actually have any proof that it burned down, and the common conception is that it did, but there's a lot of theories and evidence that contradicts the theory that it burned down. A lot of people, a lot of interpretations, for example, say that the Library of Alexandria didn't burn down. It sort of faded into obscurity, or maybe it didn't burn down in a big fire. It was more like taken over by in war, and then it was destroyed. And then some people were like, it didn't destroy, it eroded due to conditions of the environment. The point is, we know it burned down, because that's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think Library of Alexandria. You go, oh, it burned. It was the big library that burned in a big fire. But it didn't. Or at least we can't be very certain that it did. As certain as we ever can be in history, right? Of course, bearing that in mind. There's a lot of contradictory evidence. And to this day, we don't know what happened. And because of this, combined with, the philosophical and historical pursuit of wanting to know what was in the Library of Alexandria, and why it was a library that was hailed as one of the greatest libraries at its time, during the early points of Western philosophy, you know, the researchers at the Institute decided, okay, maybe that's a good Destination 1.
Unveiling the answer to one of history's greatest mysteries. Regrettably, however,
These two men did not make it back to the present. The only thing salvaged from this tragedy was a strange scattered signal delivered in Morse code, producing the message. Do you remember being born? That was the message. So there's a bit of Morse in the background you might be able to hear.
Delivered in Morse code, producing the message.
That's Morse for do you remember being born? Oh yeah, it burned several times actually. Yeah, exactly.
Researchers have not come to a consensus on what these words could mean, but it seems the message could actually have not been any clearer. That humanity's final invention will never come
I swear
to
the answer's chemistry ignores the meaning of life. That's
the
boring. I wouldn't
realization
do
that we
that.
will
That's
never
boring.
be able to take it easy
That would
has
be a very
caused the growing
boring
sense of
answer.
nihilism to sweep the nation. For if you gaze for too long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also.
If you gaze for too long into abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. That's not very. That's very. You know where that's from. I don't have to explain where that's from. Okay, except for the fact that maybe I something to bear in mind watching this now is the fact that I never complete the sentence. Oh, I don't like it.
Canvas of potential.
This was before I had my mic set up.
See, is your narrow
This was like my old
conception
microphone, or
of
like
struggle.
either that or like before I
Of
set up
all
my
the
microphone.
possible outcomes, why do you always dwell
Oh yeah,
on the
also
worst?
flashing light warning. I didn't really think about it, but there's some flashing lights in this. One particular towards the end that's very bright and very unpleasant to watch. I didn't really think about that at the time because I'd watched the video 100 times and I'd just gotten used to it. I didn't realize, oh, if someone's watching it for the first time, it might actually be a little bit like uncomfortable.
Ones. Now, to answer all your questions in chronological
Do I
order.
have to explain what I'm saying here? I don't think I have to, right?
Yes, even the ones you have when you're alone at night and think that no one's watching. I have a feeling that we'll get over this pretty quickly. Picture, if you will, an endless labyrinth. It's
Okay, sorry, quickly. The music here is Battle Guzma, jazz cover by Insane in the Rain Music. So this is from Pokemon Sun and Moon. This is the battle theme for Guzma, one of the leaders who's like the leader for the bad team, the evil antagonist team. Except the team is a front. Yeah, it's your boy Guzma. The team is a front in the game. I guess I'm spoiling Pokemon Sun and Moon, but it's like that's like a 10-year-old game, so whatever. Team Skull is actually a front for like the Ether Foundation, who are the actual antagonists of the story. And Skull is like they're a bunch of numbskulls. They're a bunch of people who are really dumb. Dara needs to go. All right, see you later. But they're actually a front for the antagonistic ventures of the Ether Foundation, and they're working together with the Ether Foundation, playing the fool, essentially, that's distracting you, the players, from uncovering the truth of the Ultra Beasts and stuff. So just, that's one of the reasons why I picked this. I feel like the dynamic of like the fool in the front and the fool in the front with none the wiser, where the magic, or like rather the moves are actually being made by the person behind them, in this case Luzamine from the Ether Foundation, was a prevalent theme in the conception of what I wanted to do. Hold on, my mouse is really low in battery. Give me a second. There's multiple themes. There's multiple things contrasting here. Okay, the first is the idea that Pokemon Sun and Moon, or at least like Team Skull, are not the antagonists in the traditional sense, because they pose a threat, or they pose like they're an opposing force to the player throughout the game. You don't have a wired mouse. It is wired, or like it's wireless, and when I plug it in, it's wired. So I've plugged it in now. Anyways, they're the first time that I think the the team, the bad guy team of the game was actually just a front, and it turns out they're actually just not bad, but they were working with people who they thought were good, who turned out to be bad. The Ether Foundation, and it's like that to me is kind of an interesting parallel. The face of the danger versus the actuality of the danger behind it, which I think, you know, if you look at my channel profile icon, might seem a little familiar. I don't want to spell it out all for you, but please pay attention to the fact that I have a bust of, I believe this is Plato, in front of me, covering half my face, and I want you to think about what that means. That's all. Anyways, that's the music. That's Battle Guzma. The other contrast is, of course, in the video, you have the first half being this sort of strangely historical, but not that far off in history. Like it was like a history a while ago, but not very. Juxtaposed with like a jazzy, fun, modern creation of honestly like a video game. I want to say childish. I don't know if it is. I would describe it as such, but the contrast is there. Okay, that's the other effect that it's meant to invoke. You're supposed to go from like, oh, this is some weird classical shit to like, oh, this is Guzma. I like Guzma. I like Team Skull. Yeah, I love Insane in the Raid music. You're supposed to do that. Okay.
Walls lined with ink and parchment. Scrolls and
I always thought it was a reference to the
manuscripts
Phantom
as
of the
far as
Opera.
the eye can
That's
see.
one of the references, yeah.
A library.
But it's not like the important one.
Tautology. Every truth, every lie, every statement.
I think the audio was not mixed as well here. The music is a little too loud. It could have been softer. My voice could have been tuned a bit as well. It is what it is. Now let's talk about the visuals for a bit. From here, I'm gonna mute it so I can show you. So the visuals are, and you're gonna not like this, AI generated. But this was before ChatGPT. This was before the rise of AI as like a, hold on, why is it so like, there's like a 1080p. I don't know why I wasn't playing that. Yeah, there we go. And it's sort of evolving as the library is going. This is something that I intentionally took advantage of, or rather the AI at the time was what I took advantage of. Yeah, it's over party. Because the thing is, it was very intentionally AI generated. I didn't use AI for this because I was fucking lazy. And I was like, whatever, I want a Studio Ghibli picture of me in this photo with my friend. And I just wanted to like, I just want like Studio Ghibli because everyone is Studio Ghibli. No, motherfucker. I went in with a battle plan. I thought in my head, this is perfect to represent and play with the themes that I wanted to go for. Stop throwing tomatoes at me. Where the sort of delusioning, the hallucination of the AI as it's generating what it thinks is close to reality but isn't, and dives further into something very uncanny and very close to what it thinks it wants, what it's trying to create, but it's not. And this was really this was inspired by a TED Talk on AI like 15 years ago or something. I don't know. I'm 60 years old. Okay, give me a break. Time moves very differently in my head. But this was inspired by a TED Talk, whereas it was the first time someone did a talk about AI generation or AI image generation, and someone had trained an AI to create a series of images off of trained data, and it turned out to be sort of kaleidoscopic and eerie, and almost in a way strangely artistic. Like it was almost like a work of art. And the dilemma sort of I don't know if it originated from that, but that's where I first saw that dilemma. Well, who made the art? Was it the AI? Was it the algorithm that was fed the data? And do we credit the machine? No, we probably credit the scientists who made it, who developed the algorithm, or maybe the people who trained, or the scientists who trained the algorithm, or maybe the data sets that it was trained on. We should credit all the people who used the data set. But that synthesis was something that was done by the machine. That was the idea. The idea was it was supposed to invoke the feeling of like this like things being not so clear cut in what is human agency, what is human creation, what is art. That was supposed to sort of merge in me using AI art, and specifically for the Library of Alexandria, Alexandria's visuals, I wanted it to. Hello? Hello? Okay, sorry, I freaked the fuck out for a second. My desktop turned off, and I honestly thought Freddy Fazbear was about to jump out and get me. Okay, sorry. Am I here? I'm here, right? I'm good. Okay, okay. The idea is you're supposed to. Sorry, I freaked the fuck out. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah. This. No, I'm not going insane. My desktop actually turned off for like a second. My desktop display like shut off. I'm back. Okay. What the hell's going on? Whatever. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Yes, the Library of Alexandria was supposed to be created visually through this. Now, oh well, then why didn't you use art of the obvious other inspiration, the Library of Babel? By the way, is the inspiration for the mechanics of the library here.
If you will,
An endless labyrinth. Its walls lined with ink and parchment. Scrolls and manuscripts as far as the eye can see. A library of tautologies. A library of tautologies. So a tautology is something that is true in all possible worlds. That's what a tautology is. So an example of a tautology would be, what would grass is green, maybe, or like, that's not a good tautology. Maybe a good tautology is like the sun emits. No. That's not. These are both bad examples of a tautology. What's a good tautology? Someone give me an example of a good tautology, quick. Love is possible. No. It's like a tautology is like all. Yeah, no. The famous tautology is like all bachelors are unmarried. That's a tautology. No, atoms exist, gravity exists. No, these are not tautologies, because you can imagine a possible world where gravity is not the same way it is here, where atoms maybe don't exist, or at least not in the same way that it does here, so much that we wouldn't even call them that anymore. A tautology has to be true always in every possible world. So, the example, all bachelors are unmarried. That's the most famous example of a tautology, because by definition, a bachelor is someone who is unmarried. There is no such case where a bachelor can be married. It would be a contradiction and it wouldn't make sense, and therefore it couldn't logically exist in any universe. So it wouldn't be that. But yeah. So that's why it's a tautology.
Every statement ever written.
Every truth, every lie, every statement ever written, and every conceived, every idea in all its possible and impossible permutations here. That's what this is, and that's where we are.
And that's where we are.
Here.
Here.
This is like the Library of Babel. I literally mentioned this in the video, but the reason I do that is because it is not exactly the Library of Babel. But the Library of Babel is a very strong inspiration for the Library of Alexandria here. My conception of it.
In your terms, think Babel.
Think Babel.
Or monkeys and
think
typewriters.
Monkeys and typewriters. Monkeys. The thought experiment of monkeys and typewriters. If you put a bunch of monkeys on a typewriter and in a room, or like maybe just one monkey actually, right? And you give them an infinite amount of time, eventually the monkey will produce all the works of Shakespeare. It will type out all the works of Shakespeare perfectly. It will also type out all the works of Shakespeare except every mention of Romeo is replaced with Guzma. Like they're and then maybe there's like a version of Hamlet where they're all Breaking Bad characters instead. The idea of the thought experiment of monkeys and typewriters is infinity necessitates every conceivable possibility to happen eventually.
It's every nightmare you've ever had and every dream that you never will. I suppose that leaves us with one.
A good
last
tautology is I always find the thing I'm looking for in the last place I look. Yes, it's a great tautology. I love it personally. Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. Yeah, something like that. Isn't it a priori? Not exactly. A priori is like prior to your experience of the world, because you can, because the thing that it's I'm not going to delve into it. That's an interesting thing to think about, but what I would say the reason why a priori is slightly different, there's strong overlap between the two, but what separates a priori from tautology is a priori are like they're supposed to be premises to a series of philosophical thought rather than, or implicit premises rather than like logic statements that are put into a logic table and like thought of that way. Like it's a little different in application. Sorry, that was the flashbang. I should have said that. Because in my head I was like, I can flashbang people, and then that was supposed to go into the line where it's like, who then is this blindingly brilliant benefactor before you? Which is also a bit of alliteration I enjoyed playing with as well.
Then is this blindingly brilliant benefactor before you? Well,
This is jazzy,
to put it
yes.
simply, I am
Impossibility given form. What's next? I forget. That which is not,
that
which is transcended and imminent. Okay. Benevolent and cruel. Ardent and unperturbed. And this is like what, 480p Karasufanor? Also, my color grading is fucked because like when I was doing video editing here, I was trying to adjust the color of everything. I was trying to adjust the color of the background, but I'd already had myself on it, and so I fucked up and now my colors look muted here. Nobody notices this. I do every time.
Librarian of Alexandria.
I'm Karasufanor, the last librarian of Alexandria. He's so in love with himself. I can't help it. I'm just so cool. I'm just so cool. Like, Give a monkey a typewriter, he will produce a perfect transcript of every Karasufanor live stream. That is exactly true. You got the point. Well done, Hannah. Okay, that's the trailer. Yep, here it is. Oh, okay. It was a little loud. Oh god. Oh, I hate this. Well, it's over. I would like everyone to know right now and pretend. Why is it over? That someone tell me, why is it over? Can you spot the mistake? Can you spot the mistake? Can you spot the difference? Can you spot the mistake in this picture? Here's the mistake in this. Here's the mistake immediately. Okay. There's actually two. The first mistake is chat was supposed to be in the picture frame over there. It didn't work. It wasn't on there. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know. It's the first thing I said was it's over. Like it's fucking let's go back. Like we're not doing this anymore. That's the first mistake is chat just wasn't there. I tested this. Okay, some context. I learned OBS, the stream software. I learned this literally a day before the debut. I set up everything. I'd had things planned and put together. I learned OBS. I downloaded and learned OBS literally a day before this. And I managed to get most of it working, okay? That in itself is very, very impressive, okay? Okay, I got it all, relatively speaking, working. I also... What else? This was also the first time I'd ever streamed and not just stream. This is the first time I've ever done any content online. After... Yes, yeah, like actually, right? A year ago today was the first time I did anything online. The first time. No one's, like, I've never had any experience with this prior in a different identity or a different channel. No. I've never posted anything. I've never streamed. I never recorded a video. I've never done anything. And my dumbass was like, the first thing I'm gonna do is be a VTuber. Anyways, that's the first mistake, is like the chat just doesn't fucking work. The second mistake is you can actually see on the left, if you pay attention closely at the bottom, I'm levitating. My torso is cut off by the bottom of the screen. I don't notice this until I want to say maybe 50 minutes into this live stream, into my debut stream, was that I looked over at my preview and I saw the cut between my torso and the bottom of the frame, and then I panicked for a second and I thought, okay, if I nobody will know if I don't mention it. If I just don't say it, no one will. If I'm funny enough and I'm entertaining enough and I'm interesting enough, no one's gonna notice that the bottom is fucked. And then a year later, I'll tell everyone in the anniversary stream, and then that's when they'll know. I literally was thinking this a year ago, and here we are. It's so weird that I can now connect to past Euphranor, who was thinking of future Euphranor in this exact moment, and like we're sort of quantum entangled in that sense. It's really just, and the connection is strong. It's just not. I just didn't think that. I just couldn't conceive of where I would be right now today, I guess. This worked, but this is supposed to be the chat window, and you're supposed to see yourself here. As I see it right now, it has stopped working. I don't know how this will work. So let's just pretend it does. No, hang on, sorry. Oh shit, I'm getting copyright. Oh yeah, and I did this. So I had like a pause early on in my streaming career. I had a pause. I had a pause screen, or intermission screen, a break screen, and this was my break screen. My break screen would say it's over, go home, but it's actually a break screen. And it was also my end screen, and I think I fucked it up because it ended up being both and it synced. And it was like the Lil Nas X song, what was it? Anyways, I forgot. Montero, was it? I forget what the song is. You know, it's the one sped up. It's that song sped up. It's that meme, right? With people being very, like, people flipping out and crashing out, I guess is the term we would use now in the big 2025. And it was just like a slander meme. Industry baby. Yeah. Yeah, industry baby. Industry baby sped up was my like intermission cut screen, and it was just like a slander meme of myself. That's what it was. This I cut into this to fix my chat screen. That's what happened. I literally 1 minute into my debut speech, I was like, I actually fucked this. I'm gonna fix something. Be right back. And then I cut here. Anyways, this goes on for like 5 minutes. No, it goes on like 2 minutes, and then I got it working again. Okay, this is worse. I've made it worse. Yeah, it's worse now. To look like now. Yeah, and then chat was like not full screen. So that was a problem. It looks a little different. Like it's the full screen. Okay, actually, it looks a little different. It looks a little different from what it is now. The reason is because I was using a very different way of importing the live chat onto my stream, where doing this method required me to, for every stream, manually update my overlays to keep that specific chat up. And as a result, it does look a little nicer than what mine does right now, but I can't, hang on, keep it there. Like it wasn't something I could consistently do. No, I think it's over. I think it was over before it began, really. My OBS, it's over. Okay. Hello everyone. Sorry. Let's pretend that didn't happen, and let's start anew, as we tend to here in this neighborhood. I'm Karis Euphranor. I am the last librarian of Alexandria. I don't like you already. I don't like you already. The music doesn't work either. Oh my god. Okay, we got the music. We got the music. So since the beginning, I already knew that I was going to use the superliminal to mellow lo-fi tracks. Like that was already there. That was already there from the start. That was already there from the start. And at first it starts fine. And then I freak out because I look at my OBS and I go, oh, hold on, wait, I don't think my music is capturing yet. And then I did an audio capture along with my desktop audio capture, and then it played the music twice. And this went on for like 20 minutes before I realized the music was overlaid with each other. I think it starts right as I get to the presentation.
Quite precious to me. They have been passed down.
Yeah.
Various facts of knowledge of myself, and it seems to predate
this goes
my
on for like
existence.
15
This soul
20
kind of
minutes.
comes in before I was even born. I don't know how. I don't know why. It's prophetic. It's
What am I doing?
Scary. It's a little concerning.
Look,
it's like
my top is still floating here. I don't understand why that's the
It
case.
writes very intimate and embarrassing details about your life.
Yeah, you can hear
happen
this
to
now,
you
can't you?
In like 10 years, and you don't know it, and then
Oh my
you
god.
start aging.
Oh
and then
no.
you hit the point where you
The
finally
music's
start
playing
noticing what things happen,
twice.
and what was once perhaps a
Should have
joke
done it 2.0.
becomes
No,
deadly
I'm not a
serious
fan of
and
2.0s, I think.
puts you in a little bit of a crisis. But
Or at least I wouldn't be able
that's
to know.
okay, because what's more important is now here it serves as an excellent introduction for you.
This goes
to
on
who
for
I
like
am
15
and what
minutes,
this is.
and people in chat were typing like audio's fucked, audio's fucked. I just didn't see it because I was so nervous. The other thing was, at this point I'd stopped, but like in the first 5 minutes of the stream, I had another device pulled up with my own live stream that was playing my audio, and then I had a Bluetooth, I had like an AirPod in one of my ears, playing from that device. So because I was trying to check my own audio because no one else is going to do it for me. And I realized I couldn't do that while I was speaking, because then I just heard myself, and then it's like I'm focusing on what I'm hearing in my headphones rather than on my AirPod, and then I'm focusing on speaking, and then I'm hearing myself speak in like a 5-10 second delay, and it just didn't help at all. So the moment I realized, I'm like, okay, well, at least there's some audio going through and it doesn't sound horrible. That's probably fine, right? I just like put it away, and I stopped checking audio, and the moment I stopped checking audio is when I fucked this up. Oh.
And everything in between. It's wonderful.
Oh my god, this fucking sucks. Stop talking. Get to the next slide. Get to the next slide. Get to the next slide. Get to the next slide.
It's going to be peer reviewed by me, and that time
travel is not linear across one timeline. It is not multiversal. That is pseudo time travel. Grandfather paradox is actually easy because of this. I explain it in the debut, so I don't think it's like more like I don't think it's an anniversary explanation, but I kind of lay out the ground rules for how time works in this conception of the Library of Alexandria. It is linear across one. Time travel here is linear across one timeline, or is it? We'll see. And that means it's not multiversal, because multiversal time travel, a la Avengers Endgame, or Loki, or the Marvel time traveling, right? Time travel logic is not the time travel logic I use here, because to me it feels like it's cheating. To me, it's like it feels as though you're avoiding the question of time travel by saying, oh, actually, it's not really time travel. It's like an alternate dimension that is very similar to this world and existence, except something is slightly altered in time. So you avoid the grandfather paradox because it's not even, you're not in the same world anymore. Well, then you're not time traveling, you're space traveling, or like dimension hopping, right? It's not a time, that doesn't, I feel like you sidestep the paradox with doing that. But I feel like answering the paradox across one linear timeline was a lot more philosophically interesting to me. Something I'll unveil to you now that's lore for this, right? That is only because I've made it to the 1-year anniversary of this stream. I took a while ago, literally for this, I took a course on and studied and wrote a paper on the philosophy of time travel. And I did it purely because I knew I wanted to talk about it for my VTuber debut. And my VTuber lore was involved complications with time and space, and so I wanted to make sure I had a very in-depth and good understanding of what I was talking about. I went and did a fucking deep dive into the philosophy of time travel in preparation for this. Why would I even do that? I don't know. Whatever. Beyond logic. Okay, at this point is yeah, this is my introduction of myself. I am Karen Sufano. I'm trapped. I am a VTuber. I am unemployed, and I'm a philosopher? Question mark. Nothing more to elaborate with this. Since the beginning, I'd already had a recognition from my goat. Here he is on screen. This is my goat. I want everyone to recognize him. Drop the paper? No, he has my like name on it and shit. It's also not published. No, when I say I wrote a paper, I don't mean I wrote a published paper. Sorry, I didn't publish a paper. I wrote like an amateur paper about like how what was it? It was about how circular causation was overhated, basically, was my stance. I was writing a defense on recursive causality. So like, you know how causality is like A causes B, B causes C, C causes D, and then it goes on, right? Like looped or recursive or whatever causality is like A causes B, B causes C, and C causes A. And now that makes no sense, you might be tempted to say. But I wrote a defense of this in a paper saying, well, we may not be able to fully make sense of it, but we can't make sense of, but it's in the same way we can't make sense of linear time causality either, because if A causes B, B causes C, and C causes D, like if it goes forward in a line, then what caused the first thing? Is it turtles all the way down? Like how far does this go? What is at the end or what is at the beginning of time? There's no logical explanation for that either. And so that's part of the bigger, that's like, one of the smaller, or one of the arguments I make to basically say that recursive causality is overhated. Like, yeah, it makes no sense, but our traditional linear understanding of causality also makes no sense if you think about it, is basically what I said. That was the paper. That's basically the paper. That Kierkegaard was from the 60s, not the 1860s. Or I don't remember where he was from. I just know he's the goat. I don't remember when exactly. Oh, the music is still repeating. It's fucked up that they do that. Why would they do that? And then like in most like VTuber fashion, you kind of have to lay your interests out in shows and media taste. This is my media taste. It was Mob Psycho 100, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'd be a little more hesitant to put JoJo's Bizarre Adventure there. Yaboy Kongming is not peak in my eyes of like things that have inspired me in life, but it is certainly something that's inspired me in streaming. So I'm not hesitant to. I'm a little hesitant, but I'm okay with having it there. Loki being there makes sense too. A lot of the time travel stuff I really had fun thinking about because of the Loki TV series. I get to a list of games I enjoyed playing recently that defined me. Stanley Parable, Hades, Elden Ring, Portal, and Fire Emblem Three Houses. I have now played I'm about to play all these games on stream. I've played Hades because Hades 2 came out. I played Hades 2. I played Elden Ring because the DLC came out. I played Three Houses because I revisited it. The only two games I didn't play on this list are Portal and the Stanley Parable. And that's because these are more primordial, like very young, maybe not very young. I would have been like what, 40 something, 50 years old when they came out. Slightly younger Karasu Fenor, like defining the trajectory of his life. This is what these games did. Which we'll be doing this week. That's what we'll be doing this week.
Again.
Oh my god, it's still going.
More than it is for me. Maybe it's.
I had some incriminating evidence as well on a slide because I was like, here's some things you need to know about me that I'm gonna get out of the way so you can't because it's like it, and I say this like 5 times in the stream, but it's like Eminem in the 8 Mile movie. It's the movie about Eminem made by Eminem where he has a rap battle at the end and he goes, yeah, I'm a bum, yeah, I live in a trailer, yeah, my girlfriend cheated on me, but I said it now so you can't say it, he says to like his battle rap opponent. His battle rap opponent then has nothing to say, and he goes, I know something about you, and then he says Clarence goes to a private school, and Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. You remember that. I remember that. Okay, we remember that. Anyways, the point was that was the strategy I'd employed. and I just told people incriminating evidence about myself. The first one was like, at some point in my life, I played and juggled 10 gacha games at once. It was not a good point in my life, okay? I unironically decided to get a degree in philosophy. That's true. That's like, why would you do that, you fucking idiot? With full offense by that, honestly. And the third thing was like, I'm a horrible actor with no talent. That's like, all of this is true. All this is true, and all of this is incriminating evidence. Oh god, I spend so much time in this, don't I? I transition back to the screen, and this is when I show off the my body is what I do. As you still feel the same about Mob Psycho? Yeah, I think Mob Psycho ages very well in my psyche of what is peak. I do think that. Oh, hello, Crack. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Going to private school is a burn? Yeah, because like the context of a rap battle means you're not tough. It means you're like, you actually have a very privileged and like fortunate life, which is like you know, like you're a softie, I guess, is like part of it, right?
Okay. Does this work? This works. Wonderful.
Okay, here I show my body.
The last librarian of
There it is. I've done it. I could do it here again, but like I don't think there's anyone's interested in seeing it again. I don't. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Hold on. How'd I do this? There. That's yeah, it looks the same. It was funny, we got really stressed out, our team and I, because prior to debut, we were testing the model, and there was a part, it was specifically this part, this handkerchief here, that, oh, hold on, I don't want to break the immersion too much by showing you the box. But there's this part of the handkerchief that would, where the fabric wasn't fully like, or was it a fabric? Yeah, I don't know what it is. Where the fabric wasn't fully rendered, it was like white. It was an uncanny, weird patch of white that was a part of it, and yeah, it's it took a while to fix, but then we fixed it. And then my glove, and then my left glove, was also white, or like there was like a white bit, on my left glove that was really distracting because it was like it just didn't render the color of it, I think. Anyways, it's all been fixed now and everything's good. So here we are. Also, you never get to see the lower half for obvious VTubing reasons. But it felt appropriate to just show again, right? Here it is. There's a lot more green than you would think. Yeah. Is what I'd say about it. Okay. Is that it? Hold on. Yep. Yep. Okay. No, wait. One more zoom out. I think that's it. Okay. Maybe like here. I forgot where I was. Whatever, it doesn't matter. This is weird to look at. I thought you had no legs. I know. That's the VTuber thing. That's the VTuber thing.
All
it's
of
like
this was
I don't
designed by the artist that we'll put in the
You should start
description.
streaming with this. I'm getting tired of your face.
Hopefully
Well,
my artist is in chat right now to provide the
well, you want to like
credits if
stare at my
failed to, as I
legs?
failed to do
No,
many
my
things.
very
This
unremarkable
is
legs. They're
designed
like one
by-
of the legs of all time.
Start with these very simple. They're not very lavish. They're very quite humble, in fact, as I am.
Yeah, and I try my best to describe the model like I know what I was talking about. I don't. I literally, you know what the design process of the model is? We'll talk about it more during the art team interview, but it was literally like our team did all the work and I went like, this is pretty good. And then I went, oh, I don't know about that. And then I went, no, what about this? And then I like, but I wouldn't give all of my feedback at once and it wouldn't be concise and I wasn't clear in what I wanted from the first place, in the first place. And that made it somewhat difficult for our team. She'll complain about it on stream. You guys will hear it. You guys will hear it this week. Okay, you will.
My apologies.
Mr. Reach is
My
wearing your
apologies,
legs.
but I'm going to show you
I have some toggles that I've never used. I'm sorry, our team. I'm so sorry. I have a toggle for a book. I have a toggle for I'm just showing off my toggles. They're the same toggles. I have a nervous toggle I don't use a lot as well. I thought I would use it. It turns out I just like wouldn't do that because it's like if I'm nervous, I don't have the time to toggle it. My glasses come off. That's one of my toggles. I forgot.
Is it? I'm polishing my glasses.
Wait, hold on. Is it this one? No, that's my book.
All right.
No, that's not it.
Yep.
That's my glasses toggle. Yeah, I can take my glasses off.
Real. That's absurd. That's wild.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason to do it because then I can't see. But yeah.
You know, it's not one of the greatest things. I should stop slandering the people that watch me. Okay.
No, you shouldn't, Karasufuno. You should continue slandering the people that watch you. That's just like
the word strip, and I want to erase that from your memories.
Oh yeah, and then they started telling me to strip, which was like I was like I'm not. Hold on.
Because I hate reading so much.
And okay, oh, sore memories, huh? Okay.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Here it is. This is parrot. You may think, oh well, it doesn't look like a parrot. It looks more like a raven or a crow because of its color. Well, you're wrong because it looks because it may not look like it, but it acts like a parrot. All it does is it just like
it's like Velma and Scooby-Doo.
All it does is it just reads what is being written and just says it. There's no rhyme or reason. There's no logic in this. There's no processing power in this tiny bird brain, right? But all he does is he just reads things without a care in the world. But I've, however, been able to harness it in a way that may be good for this live stream and perhaps for my future endeavors in this library, in this treacherous library journey, where because I hate reading so much, I can just get Parrot to read for me. I don't know how well Parrot can read, because quite frankly speaking, Parrot is not very...
Let us in.
Oh no, here it is.
You have such a cute cat on your shoulder, bro.
It's about you.
OMG.
You're not a cat.
It's
Please.
Yuri.
You can if
Bob
you said,
audible gig when.
If you said
He
crow,
got
that would have made more
text-to-speech.
sense. Oh no.
Loudly crying face, 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 loudly crying face.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Sorry, am I getting
That's
sentimental?
Among Us.
Okay.
I am a cute cat.
Stop.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not getting sentimental. Sorry. Anyways, that was Parrot. The introduction of Parrot was, okay, like I'm gonna step out of the meta for a sec. I'm gonna step into a meta frame of behind the scenes, and then we'll go back into the in lore kayfabe. Okay, the behind the scenes of Karasufunor's pet parrot is something that was also kind of last minute, or no, it wasn't last minute. It was what to do with it was last minute. I think when I was talking to our team about designs, our team was like, you have to have like a VTuber mascot because every VTuber has a mascot. You have to have one. And I was like, I don't want a mascot. Fuck that. And then I thought about it. I was like, actually, our team, you're right. I'm sorry for ever doubting you. And then I said, I want a crow on my shoulder. And that's it. Like just a simple like crow. It doesn't have to do much. And our team was like, yeah, sure. And then like a year later, because that was like still during planning stage. A year later, maybe I want to say 3 months before debut, was on when I finally came up with the concept of Parrot. The concept of Parrot is this envoy on my shoulder that's supposed to read chat messages and like all of them. Now, chatbots are not new. Streamers have chatbots. That's like a very that's a thing that people have. But, and this is one of the reasons why I also chose to stream on YouTube, right? Or rather, it went well with the decision for me to stream on YouTube. That's a Twitch thing. On YouTube, there's no such thing as a chatbot. You have to set all that shit up manually by yourself, and it's a lot harder. And because of that, most people don't. So even though a streamer chatbot is not new, the concept of it is not new, it is relatively novel in the YouTube sphere. On top of that, a chatbot that doesn't read donations, because at the time I couldn't have donations, but chat messages, but not chat messages where a specific, because usually when people do that, it's like, oh, exclamation mark TTS message, and then it reads the message, right? The idea of a chatbot that would read every single message is ridiculous and wouldn't work for anyone if you weren't a small indie VTuber streamer who was trying to garner an audience. And I think a big part of Parrot's conceptualization was my fear of not having, or rather, it was me trying my best to create engagement from people without it veering too far into um like without it tearing away from the live stream experience, because the live stream experience ultimately, the experience of the chatter, right, the anatomy of the chatter, the genealogy of the chatter, right, is you're coming into a live stream and you're saying things in a chat to each other and also to the streamer who is probably playing the video game. And a lot of interaction, there are a lot of interactions on sites like Twitch that encourage your audience or your viewers or your chatters to do something that influence and impacts the way you are on the screen. For example, a lot of VTubers have toggles where chatters can or like Twitch chatters can use their bits or their like gamed currency in the system of in the Twitch ecosystem to redeem certain rewards. Like they could throw a tomato at the streamer and then it would show up on the screen, or they could maybe there would be one where like you throw trash at the VTuber and then they go and it's like a funny interaction. It's like or maybe you can play a funny sound effect. And I feel like a lot of those types of interactions were fun, but they weren't they were a little distracting. They were like they didn't, in other words, I wanted to appeal to the platonic form of the stream. What makes the stream the stream? If you strip it all down, right? What is it that makes it a live stream? It's the fact that there is an audience engagement in what they say that the person hears. That's or reads, right? Like the person streaming. That's the core of it. That's the platonic essence of what it means to have a chatter streamer like interaction / relationship. Like that's the thing. And knowing or thinking that, I didn't want to do all the fancy like fireworks that would be too distracting in a stream. I wanted to appeal to the platonic essence of what it means to do a live stream while also having a gimmick. And that was how Parrot came to be, I think, conceptually. The practical application came first, like the meta application came first, and then the lore came after. And the lore came beautifully too. I won't tell you what it is because you have yet to see all of it, but that was my conception of Parrot. That was the way I thought very hard about what I wanted to do with Parrot, and I hope that you appreciate that like I showed restraint, because in the process of researching how to make Parrot work, I could have done a bunch of outlandish shit as well that would have been like funny stream engagement things, but to me, I felt as though it took away from the core experience of the live stream. I feel like that was something I didn't want. So because of that, I decided to keep it simple, but not really. So it seems simple. What I'm trying to say is what I'm showing on screen seems simple and it's easy to get. Like it's easy to conceptualize in your head, but you'll appreciate the simplicity of it and the synergy it has with the rest of these like streams, or at least streams in general. Hopefully a bit more as I explain my thought process behind it and how it's all very intentional. And then you took it for granted, and then you kicked him out. Yeah, okay, whatever. Shut up. I don't even care.
Don't read everything. Read the important things.
Bob's
okay.
manly.
Please type your messages and type your questions now. This is now question time. Please type your
yeah. So like this got people to start spamming shit in the comments, which was the intended effect. This got people to say stuff, and the idea was he would read out questions, and obviously he couldn't. because he would be reading out everything. How would it be able to distinguish between a question and just like random gibberish, like a meaningful question? That's not something. That's something that requires intelligence, which, as we know, Parrot has none.
Questions, and I will
Also, yeah. The other thing was with Parrot. Eventually, it became a bit too much. I think Class of 09, post Class of 09 was that shift, right? Where it was too much to have Parrot read everything. I had to disable Parrot for a while, and I re-enabled him a little while later. I had to disable him like probably like 2-3 minutes into a stream, because then it would get too much and too distracting. Parrot gave us Jesus saves. He did do that. He's the brains of the operation. He has no brain. That's the point. That's the whole point. Did someone type a slur when you turn on Parrot? No, because I think YouTube, don't try, but I think YouTube live chat has very basic moderation. It's not my moderation. It's literally YouTube's guidelines that stop you from typing out insanely horrifically offensive stuff. So I don't have to. If it passes, in other words, if it can show up, if YouTube allows it to show up in a live chat, I'm probably okay with it. Anyways, Parrot would read everything, and he would read it so much that it would distract my train of thought, and so I kept disabling him. And it came to a point where I thought, okay, well then why the fuck do I have it in the first place? I'm very happy that eventually I thought of the solution of making it and being able to execute on this, it making it a percent chance of happening, where Parrot would be able to read a message. I think right now it's like 5%, and also your first message is read out, so that people have an incentive to want to show up and say things, and also when they do show up to say something, there's an incentive to make your first message count. Moderation me from saying normal stuff, bro. Hannah, you don't say normal things. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that.
I'll answer them rapid fire because I've already wasted enough goddamn time in this debut. I want to get through all your questions right now, so please put them in the chat, and hopefully
loudly crying face.
Parrot will probably.
I got one good question, I think.
Speed running question.
Oh no, there's gonna be you're gonna
second least favorite food.
Okay, I'm gonna put this behind something.
The verb is a bit behind, but can you please tell us what your favorite sandwich is?
My favorite sandwich is.
What do you eat in the
probably
library?
A grilled ham and
And you
cheese.
can tell from the beginning as well, right? And it was particularly because it was a debut, so I thought, okay, the chaos is fine, because later it's gonna settle, and I'm gonna average like 1 to 2 concurrent viewers, so people, when they type messages in chat, are not going to overwhelm me, and I'm going to be able to get to all of it at once. I just thought that the chaos was going to be a part of the debut, and that was fine, because it would be funny, I suppose. And in hindsight, I guess it was funny. We don't give a shit if our thought words are high and then fucking we ball. I know you don't, but like the idea was it would encourage it.
Do you even eat?
Grilling it myself makes sense. Spend 20 minutes bug fixing.
Okay, and then I start like yapping, and then I think someone asks, there's like a good question someone asked.
Because history.
There he goes. There we are. I don't know. I wonder if this person's here today. I don't think so. I don't think Jeffrey of Wessex is here in the Karasu for Nordlore. He's probably unsubscribed, but this was the first person who asked like a question that was like an actual question that I wanted to hear. And this person asked, do you think that given the increasing complexity of social issues, truth is less and less approachable? People do not have the energy or time to digest and discern the validity and truthfulness. That's a really good question. I don't think my answer in the stream was pretty good. I thought it was fine, but like I definitely could have given a better response to this question in hindsight. Now, what I would maybe say is, I wouldn't say truth is less approachable. I would say there is a problem of mis and disinformation, and people just don't care about the truth. I would say it's not that it's less approachable. I would say that we are apathetic to what is true. Good question, TM. Yeah, that's right. Hey, PK Lucky. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. But Yeah, that was like, I remember Jeffrey. I remember all my chatters. Okay, I actually do. Not because I want to, but because like what else do I store in my brain other than my VTubing, right? Like what? Like the history of philosophy? Fuck that. I'm not remembering that. But I will remember what certain chatters said during certain streams. I will. And I'm keeping a log on it so that I can judge all of you. That's scary. Please don't remember me. Too late. Anyways, I remember Jeffrey very well. He showed up for a few streams after that and then sort of faded away from the channel, which I understand because it's probably because like I was doing stuff that he probably was not very interested in doing or in like engaging with. Fair enough. And maybe sometimes people are just busy. Anyways, I'm not saying I'm not saying I miss you, Jeffrey, okay? But if you did pop up, I would be pretty happy. You won't. You're gone. You've gone away. It's okay. People come and go. People come and go. Are you gonna tell us who the dream was about, by the way? I actually don't even remember who it was. It's not even about that person. The thing was the dream just featured a name that was like a chatter's name. And that was it. Like that was your name was featured in my dream, but it wasn't your person because I don't know you. I don't know you people. I don't know any of you. Miss the views with the good questions unlike us. Yeah, that's exactly right, Lucy. That's exactly right.
Changing, and they have always been more complex.
Oh yeah, and then in the first stream, there was people who were already calling me chair. And I was like, all right, I guess we're rolling with that. Because I did not, because my name is Karis Euphonor, and people don't understand that it's pronounced Karis Euphonor, and it's not a typo. It's not supposed to say chair or charis. It's Karis. It's Karis, okay? That's how it's supposed to be. And like I don't want people to say chair because then it people will think that I misspelt my name and I didn't. That's not what it is. And literally, this is something I didn't prepare for. Since day one, people have called me chairman. That's like a name, that's a nickname that is completely unrelated to my lore and my etymology and all of that. People just started saying it and I think it caught on and here we are. Like I don't know. It was like everyone calling you chairman is not ironically one of the best nickname origin stories though. It objectively does fuck. I mean, like, it's a pretty good nickname. It is a pretty good nickname, I guess. I just didn't like, but yeah, I didn't plan for this. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect people to call me by a nickname. I just like, that wasn't really a part of the plan, but in hindsight, I guess you can. Like, why not? But it was a day one thing, yes. That was it was very much a day one thing.
And
so I was supposed to end stream in 45 minutes is my goal. Because I didn't want debut streams shouldn't be that long, right? They should be short, concise, to the point. It wasn't for me. It was full of errors and whatever. And then I after a bit of yapping, I get to foreseeable timeline here. MVST, which is not aged very well because now I don't stream at this time anymore. So right after the stream, I streamed I streamed Hades 2. It was awful. It was just like a cry session for how awful the debut stream was and how nervous I was. And then I streamed Hades 2 again in the weekend. And then I said, you know what I said? I said on 12th June 2024, Wednesday, I would stream Ace Attorney, and then on a Friday I would stream Tears of the Kingdom. It's been almost an entire year. I have not streamed Ace Attorney yet. I haven't. We used to call you Librarian as well, but I think Chairman fits well. I prefer Chairman because Librarian is not me. Librarian is the library of Laterno, aka U_Watanabe, aka the greatest clipper of all time. So, like, I like Librarian, but I just don't think you should call me that, because it's like, that title belongs to a very special person that's not me. Would it bother you if you got an Akasupa where it refers to you as a chair If you Akasupa me, I'll like do whatever you want. I literally don't care. I would if you Akasupa me, you can like say whatever. That would be the least of my concerns.
It's not really gonna be.
Okay, and then we yeah. So I never streamed Ace Attorney again. I just never did it. I'll stream it eventually, but I was thinking, but like I realized quickly I didn't want to stream it now. It was one of those games that I wanted to have an event for, and then I just never found that event yet. That was like the thing with the. That was the thing with it. I had a reading list, which was a list of things I wanted to do. Kierkegaard's Present Age was already there, so from day one I knew I wanted to stream Kierkegaard's Present Age. I knew I wanted to do that. I knew I wanted to stream the Class of 09. Elden Ring DLC's there too. Three Houses is there. 5 time skip. The only things on the reading list I haven't covered yet, it's been a year, are Chrono Trigger, Total, which, I haven't been able to get working on, because I wasn't sure about emulators, so this is going to be a little while. Total War Shogun 2, which I've yet to find like a time to do it. And then Yakuza 0, which I don't know if my computer can run, but if it can, I'll stream that sometime in the future as well. It's not off the table. Are you blind for it or no? Yeah, I'm blind. I've played, I want to say maybe the first 2-3 chapters of Ace Attorney, and then that's it. So if I stream it, I'll probably actually skip chapter 1 and 2 maybe, and then just head straight into it. Rest of it, or where? I don't remember. Whatever.
To have come. I want to play a bit of Chrono Trigger. I want to play a bit of Total War Shogun 2, Yakuza 0, Class of 09, the Elden Ring DLC that's coming out, because I've beaten Elden Ring and I would like to try the DLC too.
And try I did. Beaten it I did.
Because even though I've played it, it's actually been 5 years since the game has come out. It will be.
You've only streamed 3 games. Yeah, but they became like, but one of them became the most important stream on this channel's history, probably for the next year as well. Okay, like let's face it, we're not going back to the Class of 09 high in very long, in a while. I beat the Elden Ring DLC. Chrono Trigger's on Steam. Oh, okay. And we used to live here to your reading list. So I haven't actually made a formal reading list to get in a while, or I haven't like updated it in a while in like a Google Doc or whatever. So I should do that. I'm gonna do that. Class 19 Hots this channel, it does. I actually just there's gonna be a bit in this where I talk about Class of 09, but hold on. Let's get through this debut stream.
That's on my reading list that I've and that's
what else is there?
I'm gonna take it from you. If I'm gonna just remove your available time from you, I better make it worth it. And this debut stream has proven that it probably won't be.
Oh yeah, it has. Yep. Oh god. Yeah, so my break screen was also my like end screen. That was what happened in my debut. That was my debut. That was the Philosopher VTuber debut. Okay, key takeaways. Key takeaways for the Philosopher VTuber debut. Okay, the key takeaway is I foresaw some things and I did not foresee a lot of things. And everything was very jank and I wasn't very good, and I'm not as talented of an orator as I wanted to be, but the concepts at play were perfect. I love the concept of the start stream video being the leisure time video. I love opening with the trailer. I was gonna open this stream with a different trailer, but I thought I was opening with a new intro video anyway, so maybe I should end with the trailer instead, right? The 2.0 trailer, I guess you can call it. Everything about that I spent a lot of time on, and I genuinely think is conceptually perfect. In execution, it's messy and could be better, yeah, but like conceptually, I love it. The stream itself, I think conceptually is fine. In hindsight, I think it's kind of boring. I feel like I shouldn't have spent so much time talking about interests and hobbies and like media that I like, because those are very bog standard things. I should have started strong. I should have on day 1, I should have just started swinging. I should have been like, here's my 10 controversial takes. I'm going to fight everyone in live chat now. and I'm gonna say how I'm gonna say you're all wrong, and then you're gonna all fight me at once, and I'm gonna win in like a debate. I should have started with something very inflammatory. Maybe I should have started with like VTuber slander. I could have been like, I hate VTubers and they're all bad, and this is why they're all bad. I don't know, something a bit more like something a bit spicier. I think what I did was fairly safe, and in hindsight could have been more interesting. Maybe a nuclear grade abysmal take. I don't have any. All my takes are good. All my takes are very good. My nuclear grade abysmal take is, I'm trying to think of, I'm trying to have it relate to VTubing, so it's not too far off, right? I suppose, yeah. My take is it's not abysmal. Okay, it is kind of abysmal, right? But it is a take I kind of think, or I kind of agree with. I think 90, I feel like I wouldn't mind if Thanos snapped his fingers and 90% of all the VTubers right now disappeared from existence. The market is so saturated with so many genuinely kind of like, and I mean this, and I cannot say names because I wouldn't even remember their names, right? But there's so many mediocre VTubers. Meaning, I'm not that far off from mediocrity, by the way. But like, there are genuinely so many VTubers who have no idea, no concept, nothing interesting at play. Their humor is very like forgettable. Their personality is kind of whatever. That like, I feel like if you disappeared, not you as a person, is, you're probably very valuable, but like you as a content creator, if you disappeared, not many people would miss you, and that's okay too. Because here's the thing: is like, I'm not fully like separated from this. I'm making strides in an effort to not be that way. I'm striving to not be mediocre. Okay. And I think that's important, because being mediocre is not the issue. But if you're mediocre and you are just okay with your mediocrity, you're just kind of like, yeah, I'll just stream. I'll just click go live, and like, I'll just talk, and I'll be like a VTuber, and then I have lore where I'm a space alien who's 5,000 years old, who's had a tragic backstory and is super anime themed, and like this my character has lived through like ages of civilization, and is beholden to the cosmic horrors of a black hole. And then on stream you're like, you talk like you're 22, then I don't give a fuck. Like, why go through the effort of giving yourself lore that does not correspond in any way to who you are as a person, not even a little bit? Because obviously it has to be fictional, or like it's fictional in some way. But just because it's fictional doesn't mean it has to be completely unrelated. The point of the fiction, of the kayfabe, of the role playing, of the VTubing is that it's like there's an art to it that people don't care about. People are like, especially like, and it's annoys me too, because there's some people who have really beautiful, like amazing, well made, constructed looking models who put zero effort into the role playing aspect of it, that it just frustrates me to no end, because it's like, you're wasting it. You are literally wasting this. Someone else could be doing something more interesting than you with the money you've gotten, and like with the budget you've had to create this artistic project. You are just ruining it. You're ruining it. You're ruining it. That's my abysmal take, okay? And the reason it's an abysmal take, okay, so I just gave my take, and I stood strongly by it. Here's why it's abysmal. It's abysmal because I am imposing very harsh standards on other people's artistic and creative expressions. I don't think I have the right. I don't think I have the right to do that. If you want to just turn on stream and go live and just say stuff and go off, like, it should be more power to you. I don't think there is an actual moral argument, for example, I could possibly make that imposes any sort of standard on you. Because frankly, it's like, it's your fucking business. You do what you want. And that's what makes the take abysmal, okay? What makes it my take is that I feel strongly about it. What makes it abysmal is, frankly, it's none of my fucking business. Like, I shouldn't, like, I don't have the authority to make like a big grand statement about how people should create content, because it's like, you should create your own fucking content. You do your own thing, whatever. yeah, the dissonance is fucking makes it difficult for me to connect to them. You're trying to goes away from month, which is why you should make lore that's like allegorical or metaphorical to who you are as a person. And if you can't think of lore that's super cool that is allegorical to your life, then I'm sorry to say this, your life is not that cool. And it's okay if your life is not that cool, but like don't pretend like your life is cool. If you're a fucking boring, if you're boring and you're just like a whatever person, don't dress it up and be like, I am a cosmic alien warlord from 5,000 years into the future. And, like, you just don't make shit up that has nothing to do with you, because it has nothing to do with you. Stick to what makes you you. If you're genuine and authentically expressing yourself as someone who's just like, oh, like, I'm an office worker, and then maybe I'm also an orc, that's so much more interesting. If you're an office worker who's an orc, that's way more interesting than generic anime boy or girl in a hoodie or with cleavage out. Like, that's so boring. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Like that. Okay, that's my take. I'm done. I'm done ranting about it. What makes someone cool? A philosophy degree? No. It makes someone pathetic. Honestly, if you have a philosophy degree, like you're a cosmic mistake, and you should regret being born if you have a philosophy degree. What makes someone cool is probably like that they want to do cool things. That's probably truthfully, what makes someone cool is like that they want to do stuff that's interesting to them. So in other words, if you're a streamer, if you're a content creator, right? You stream and then you make videos, and even you wouldn't watch your videos if it were someone else. Imagine if someone else made your content, would you watch it? If not, then you're doing something wrong. That's what I think. But if that's true, then you're cool. If you're making content that you would watch, you're cool. Your take is exactly what I thought about the VTuber industry for the past 5 years. Yeah, except the fact that it's like, what makes it an abysmal take again is like, I'm adding in the fact that's like, or I'm adding in the thought that's like, they should all disappear and I wouldn't care. Whereas like, that's a bad take. That's an objectively bad take. It would be bad if people just disappeared, because there needs to be a bunch of mediocrity for there to be, for several people to rise out from the dirt and be like exemplary, right? Halloween lore doesn't, All-Stars lore doesn't apply to them at all except for like Battle, which is kind of sad because the lore is cool and I love them. I love the boys. I love their streaming personalities, and like it's such an enjoyable experience to watch them stream. But their lore has very little to do with their character, which I think is a little disappointing personally. Like that's probably, and I think this goes for most VTubers in general. If you look at like Hololive, the biggest set of like streamers, right? I loved watching fucking like Saray's Fauna, right? I loved watching Gargura, but not for a moment did it matter that Gargura was a shark. Gargura could have been a cat girl. She could have been a dog girl, although we had Corona for that. She could have been like a bird girl. Could have been like um a horse girl. Like she could have been any type of like animal. She could have been like a seahorse. She could have been like a crab. It would not have mattered. Gargura would have been Gargura. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, right? Like the flavoring of the shark mattered not at all, in my opinion. And that I think is the most disappointing thing about VTubing so far, is that no one has really taken advantage of the fact that there's such a huge character role-playing potential in this. Like no one's taken advantage of this fully, in my opinion. In my humble opinion, no one has taken advantage of one of the unique strengths of VTubing, which is that it's very easy to play a character. Sakura Miko's of Shrine Maiden? Yeah, exactly. Like I love watching them all as streamers, but it's like their character has nothing to do with them. You just called 90% of the VTubing community background characters? I did, and I'll do it again too. I might even call 95%, because there's so many more of them out there. But that's the stream. And you're free to call me that as well. That's totally fine. But I think, in my brain, what separates me from people who are mediocre and uninteresting and should be like, and whether or not they exist on YouTube or Twitch, whatever, it doesn't matter to me, is the fact that at least I know I am trying to do things that are interesting. I'm actively experimenting with ideas. I'm actively thinking about what to do, and what makes sense for me as I strive for the the platonic essence of VTubing. And get back to the music. Fulgur also wrote all of his own lore and updated a blog. Yeah. So I'm not saying all. Again, you can raise examples of people who have really interesting lore and character design and like play into that kayfabe and role playing like to its full potential. You know, for example, Fulgur Ovid might be one of them. I know only very little about Fulgur Ovid, but from what I know, I see why one would say that, but. You know, and I think there are probably, you can come up with at least like a handful of examples, but right, exactly. He's part of probably like the 5 to 10% that I'm talking about, where it's like they took advantage of it and they rolled with it. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. It's the marriage between that and the streaming in itself. It's both the playing the character and it's both the playing the live stream entertainer. How do you balance that? Right? Okay, none of these streams are worth watching. Worth talking about? None of them. For the history of this 1-year anniversary of Karashi. For now. How long have I been talking for? I've been talking for 2 hours and 30 minutes. It's already a little long, okay? It's a little long already. Vox did kind of well with his lore. I think I agree. Exposition of Vesper's model in the Psychology Chronicle Lab. I don't know if it's the model necessarily, but that collab was one of the greatest things that ever happened to VTubing history. Whoever hired Vox to be a voice demon cooked though? Yeah, I think he has a very attractive voice. He does. Like, he has a very objectively like attractive voice. Like, this person sounds hot, and like he knows to play into that as well. Like, there you go. That works perfectly with the lore. Great chairman sentiment here. I'm also somewhat passionate about sticking to a character / bit. Also, hi. Hey, Maurice. Welcome. Yes. Stick to the bit. Stick to the character. Because otherwise, it's like, why are you VTubing? What's the point? And the other reason why that's also a bad take, though, like the take that I'm saying right now, other reason why this is a bad take is because some people want to VTube or stream with an anime model that's just like a representation of themselves, but not in like a character role-playing potential thing. More just like I'm uncomfortable turning on face cam for one reason or another, and I just want like a model that's like my face or like my brand logo or like my channel like avatar, and I just streamed with that because it's more comfortable and you can see a visual representation of myself. That's all it is. And that's totally fine. That is totally fair. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And it would not be right for me to lay the same criticisms onto you. It's when you start going like, oh, I have lore, I've got 5,000, I'm a 5,000-year-old space demon, and then you talk like the average 22-year-old is when I go like, okay, that's not interesting anymore. Maybe you should explain why you dedicated February to that theme. I dedicated February to the theme of love and sexuality because that is what comes up when you think about Valentine's. That's the theme. There's not more to it than that, right? I don't think there's much to explain. Okay. And then we get to Class of 09. Oh boy.
To think how much leisure time you really have.
Some of us use your time to good use. Ken Michaels. Oh wait, no. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping. Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. Oh, my friend, you know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley. I went to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy. So what's for me to do? Do you suppose that Ken has more leisure
Do you
time?
suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends?
Sorry. Sorry. And then Class of 09 happened. Yep. Okay. Now, everyone is tired of me talking about Class of 09 by now, but I have to do this. Otherwise, this would not be a first year anniversary recap stream. Because this is like everything you need to know at this is everything you need to know about the 1 year I've spent streaming, okay? It's the, you know, in hindsight I should have gone to my philosophy of streaming maybe like earlier, but I was gonna wrap up with that when I realized that just now. Maybe I'll I don't know, whatever. Okay. Class of 09 is a video game developed by SBN3, featuring high schoolers in America who are that features extremely edgy humor, offensive jokes, and was essentially supposed to be an interesting subversion of the visual novel genre, where visual novels are usually quite somewhat, I don't want to say no. Visual novels are oftentimes like culturally Japanese, because that's I think the origin or the popularization of visual novels is Japanese, as evidenced by its stylized anime characters. And the twist here was to make it super American, super edgy, super high school, super like coded in American cultural reference about what it was like being a teenage girl during 2009. The game is really good. I, going into it, knew it would be probably pretty funny. What I didn't expect playing it was how much I'd like it intellectually, because I think it is a fascinating example of what I would classify as contemporary I don't want to say feminist, I want to say anti-patriarchal, or maybe toxically, it's one of the greatest examples, in my opinion, of toxic feminism or toxic femininity, if there is such a term for that. I'm maybe not, if not, I'll coin it, right? This is probably a prime example of what that would be, because and that contrast is interesting. A lot of feminism in literature, in, you know, the academic writings, is very like serious and very like, I don't know, it conducts itself very, very introspectively and at a very highly intellectual level, right? Whereas this tugs the line between clever jokes and straight up misandry and misogyny, like both happen, but mainly misandry all the time, that is almost like a warped and skewed, like if you're a man playing this especially, right? Like, oh, this, you kind of get the sense that, oh, this is what like the average, this is what like a femcel this is how a femcel feels the world. And the thing with that is, like, as you play further, you realize, oh, this is just how all women probably from that era, and probably even if not from that era, women in general could probably at least relate a little bit to this, despite how insane it is, like despite how outlandish and absurd and clearly misrepresentative, clearly misandrous in many parts of its like writing. Nonetheless, there's a bit of it that rings true, and I think that's more powerful than, you know, a delicately written wall of text that's meant to step on as few toes as possible and be as concise and accurate and as well. The activism, the academic writing does feel boring, you know, and this was like a sort of interesting subversion of that too. Because of that, I really liked Class of 09. It's like an incel's worst nightmare. It's a bit like that, I guess. It's because it's like for the first time, like you would, if you're playing this and you're you know, maybe an incel, you would be beholden to the female perspective in a way that's gross and not, it's not like beautiful. It's not like a nice, beautiful, feminine perspective of the world. That's like, oh wow, like there's more kindness and empathy or whatever, you know, gender essentialist shit you would think of. Like, it's straight up like men suck. They're all abusers or pedophiles or rapists or all three or weirdos or like, you know, yeah, like worst of all, anime fans, right? Like there's like, it's very inflammatory, very gross, but in a way that's very beautiful to me. Anyways, all this glazing is to say that I actually really like Class of 09. The other thing I didn't expect was for a lot of people, not like that many, but like quite a few people who also really liked Class of 09, and in particular really liked watching me play Class of 09. I think I know why by now. I figured it out by now. I understand the comedic synergy that I have with games that are outlandish and crazy and fully voiced, and so that a dialogue can happen where I play the straight man, where there's a funny man in place of the game, or the game can be in place of a funny man in like the classic comedy duo. So like I understand what made it entertaining, probably, and funny for people to watch. But I did underestimate how this would be a turning point in the way I streamed, and the way, or maybe like not, maybe the way is not the right word, but it influenced the way I thought of streaming. Because prior to Class of 09, when I would stream, I would think like, okay, I'm just like turning on the stream and I'm talking to people who are either my IR, some of them might be potentially, you don't know which ones because I don't want to be specific, maybe IRL friends or people who I know prior to streaming, or if it's just like random people wandering in who just want to have a chat with someone who, because like, and they're talking to me for no reason other than the fact that I have like very low viewers, so they know they can get the attention and validation they want, right? I know that, don't worry, I know the game, I'm not unaware, but Class of 09, since Class of 09 was, I think, the first time people started watching and tuning into me to watch because they were interested in what I was doing, and not just because they wanted to like talk to someone, I guess. Got called out. You all got called out, okay? It's like all of you. It's all of you. It's all of us. What more do you want in life than to be recognized? Because the worst thing you can be done, that can be done to you, isn't for you to be, you know, tortured or yelled at it or ignored. It's actually to, or tortured and yelled at. The worst thing that can be done to you in modern, contemporary, relatively humane conditions is to be ignored. The worst thing you can be is be ignored, right? That's like, just for contemporary 21st century, that's the way it is. The most depressed group of all, gamers. Refreshing because the closest alternative to 09 is the TV show Euphoria. That may be true. You say that, but I doubt incels will be able to understand that it's a critique. I think they'll just think that it's inaccurate and misandrous, which is why it's not for them. That's not the game for them. The game is for the game is for like the girlies, isn't it? It's for the girlies and for the people who understand the girl, or understand or are willing to step into this perspective of the girlies and realize, oh, it's actually kind of interesting, right? That's who this game is for. And that's why I hate Flipside, but we're not gonna rant about Flipside again today. I've already done that enough. What more do I want? A pack of Camel Crushes and yeah, okay. Sure. Whatever. What happens in this stream is I just talk over it. And I explain how none of this is right and it's all so fucked up and people shouldn't be acting this way. That's the gist of the stream. That's the gist of the 09 stream. And I think it really latched on because there weren't that many people. I think, okay, my thing with the Class of '09 streams as well is like, I think not a lot of people really took the game seriously, because a lot of people like would play the game and they would go, oh my god, the jokes are so edgy, haha, wow, they really just said something that was really kind of like spicy, whoa, they really said something that, you know, was offensive, and they referenced suicide and self-harm, which are super edgy topics to joke about. Whoa, that's so crazy that they would do that. Yeah, there's an element of shock value in the Class of '09 series, but the shock value is like, beneath the shock value is, and to me, in my opinion at least, really interesting and also very entertaining social commentary. And the social commentary has to be there for it to work. Otherwise, it's just shock value and it's not interesting. And I don't care. I don't give a shit if that's that. And I think aren't that many people who played Class of '09 who really thought that deeply about the game. And because of that, I probably resonated with people who did. I guess that's the only reason it blew up. I can't imagine how else it didn't even blow up. When I say blow up, I mean like I went from 70 views to 2,000, which is like quite a big number for a VOD. But like 2,000 views is also nothing. Like I'm still a nobody, so it doesn't matter. Does it have potential to be good? Felt like it was just turned into a fetish game. There was one route that was decent, and it was the one route that was based off of another route that already existed, which is literally the premise of the flip side, right? Is to see Jekka's perspective. That was the one route that was pretty good. Every other route is like straight up steaming garbage. It was like I went to the same restaurant to order the same meal. They said that the chef said, oh, you know, the economy's bad, so this $20 set is actually like $30. Is that okay still? And I went, yeah, that's okay, because I liked the food the first time around and I want to support my local businesses. And he went, okay. He went back to the kitchen to get the food. He came out and then he served the food to me on a plate, and I was like, okay. I was like chewing through. I put my fork in, I grabbed the thing out, and I put it in my mouth, and I was like, okay, it's pretty good. I'm like, true. It's not bad. It's not as good as like the last time, but you know what? Like, and it's more expensive, but you know what? It's still pretty good, and I want to support this business. I want to support this restaurant endeavor, right? And as I'm saying this, the chef climbs up onto the table, takes his pants off, and takes a huge fucking shit on my plate. That's how Class of '09 Flipside is. I've said it before. I've just said it again. I'm just like, that's how I feel about Class of '09 Flipside. And I read a bit more John Dewey after this. Played a bit more Class of '09. The moment I realized, oh shit, people like this, I gotta do another one. And then this was like, you know, right in time, right as the new game came out. And then Flipside came out, which was, what an event as well. Odysseus was also nobody at some point. That's true. That's true. Did you get all the endings in '09? It's been so long. I did. I played '09 for some of the endings. I played Re-Up here. It was 6 hours. I got all the endings. And then I did another '09 stream here. It's 6 hours as well, where I finished all the rest of the endings I didn't do. Just in time for Flipside. And oh boy, was I not ready for Flipside. I don't think I was. Then I read feminist literature. I read The Will to Change by Bell Hooks, which was a great read and a lot more enjoyable than whatever the fuck that was. Someone posted me on the subreddit for Class of '09, and it's one of the more popular posts there, was this thumbnail, Philosopher VTuber Fears for the Youth, and then immediately followed by recovering from the game by reading feminist literature. I was personally very proud of the joke. And I meant the joke for it I meant for the joke to be for like the 5 people in my audience right now who care, who like give a shit. I meant it for you, right? Like that's what the joke was for. But someone took like a screen grab of that and then posted it on Reddit, and people liked the joke as well. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. And then that was it. And everything after that became relatively more quiet and consistent. But you can probably tell by like the numbers in the VOD too, that there was steadily more and more people that showed up. Steadily. What's like a turning point? The window shopping stream is something some of you like to reference a lot. For my like Leon Kennedy spiel. I don't know why that's such a core memory, and I don't know why you guys keep bringing it up. But yeah. The '09 Anime probably, yeah, that's probably like the next thing that was like interesting. I did a 6 months of Karasu for North stream. No one cared. That's okay. I didn't expect. It was just for me. I did this for me. And then yeah, and I think a lot of you guys came after the 09 phase. This is where most of you came from. I'm pretty sure. I talked about time at the end of the year, and then I played The Walking Dead for the first time. Season 1, Episode 1. That was really fun. I really enjoyed my whole Walking Dead playthrough. And I think, although it doesn't seem very popular, I think people who were already Karasu for Nor subscribers really liked the Season 1 of The Walking Dead. Or at least they enjoyed the playthrough I did. So, that's good. I'm happy about that. I read The Hunger Artist, did some more stuff, went away for a bit, had like probably 2 mental breakdowns in between my debut and like the February streams. I probably had like 2 mental breakdowns, so that if you're wondering why there were times where I didn't stream, it's because of that. It is what it is. I thought FNAF was the only scary game you played. How was the Exit 8 stream? The Exit 8 stream was fine. I was able to tank Exit 8, but I was not like calm and collected, let's just say. But I did play Exit 8. I did finish it. It's for October, I think. Yeah, it was for October, I think. I wanted to dip into The Philosophy of Horror by Noel Carroll, which in my opinion wasn't very good. I didn't like the book at all, so don't watch this reading stream. I read it, and now as I was reading, I was like, this sucks. What the fuck? Why did I choose this? I thought it would be a good reading, but it turned out it wasn't. Dear Esther was fun too. That was the Dear Esther was the beta stream, the concept, the proof of concept for the FNAF stream. That's what Dear Esther was. I read a bit of the Castle of Otranto by Horace Walpole. This is the first Gothic novel, an interesting cornerstone of horror literature, which I just did not continue on. I remember in the stream I said, yeah, I'll continue reading it, and then I didn't. We watched Nosferatu. Not many people joined for this one. I don't know why. It was a movie watch along. I thought people would be interested in that. I guess not. Whatever. I played Little Nightmares. I did play horror games. I did play a few horror games. Little Nightmares was difficult for me to go through. I was so fucking scared playing Little Nightmares. But it was a really good game. It was a really good game. It was. I have no mouth and I'm a scream as well. It was good. Okay, I'm glad you enjoyed that. I enjoyed the reading. I enjoyed reading it because I thought it was a good short story. And throughout this, you'll realize, yeah, I started streaming Vampire Therapist 8 months ago, and it was only like a month ago that I finished streaming it, so that took a while. Where did we go? We had some Dostoevsky here. We watched Scrooge. Not that many people watched the movie watch-alongs. I don't know why. Alright, whatever, I guess. Whatever. If you don't care, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, sorry. And then we get to the, this is the long-awaited, long-debated. Oh, I forgot to talk about them because they're not here. But the karaoke streams. I did my first karaoke stream in, I want to say, October or November. My first karaoke stream was one where I sang the soundtrack to Arcane Season 1 to coincide with this release of Season 2. I sang Season 1's music, and I wasn't very good at it. I had probably 2 good songs in it. I want to say that... What were the 2 good songs I did on Arcane Season 1? Let's see. Playground was not good. Our Love was not good. Goodbye was okay. Goodbye was pretty alright. Dirty Little Animals I sucked ass at. Enemy, I thought I'd be good. I'm hoping somebody pray for me. Ben and everybody's supposed to be. And I just couldn't do the portion where you rap and then go in the verse and then go back into the singing. Like, I just couldn't do that right. So that Enemy was bad. I think Guns for Hire. I think I sang Guns for Hire all right. And then finally What Could Have Been. Yeah, the others were garbage. Guns for Hire was good. What Could Have Been was fine. Was good. Goodbye was fine. Everything else was trash. But then really was more about me practicing singing on stream, which was fun. You're all good. Shut the fuck up. I know. Okay. All right. Okay. Sure. But no, I do believe that it wasn't very good. But I think that's okay to be bad, because you have to be bad at something before you're good at something. Anyways, then for Christmas, I did a second karaoke stream. I sang Christmas songs. And I liked all the Christmas songs, and I wasn't good at any of them either. Where is my Christmas? I don't remember. Christmas is here. I think I deleted my playlist, my Christmas playlist. Yeah, I probably did. But there were a few songs on it that I enjoyed singing. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. That was like the whole, that was like for 3 hours is what it was. Using Mary, Did You Know again? Not like now, but I don't know, like sometime in the future maybe. I did like the song. I guess I did do Mary, Did You Know pretty well. I think it fit my vocal range, and that's why. Your rendition of Enemy was enjoyable because I imagined the photo of Jerma smiling. Me too. Okay, and those are the two streams, two karaoke streams. Now, why do I mention it now? Because I did those karaoke streams, all like those two were practice for the Valentine's Day karaoke. That I really wanted to land. My first, the opening act for Valentine's, I thought was pretty good. That was it Love Again? What was the title of the concert? What was the name of the concert? What did I call it? Is This Love? Yeah, Is This Love? Question mark. Is This Love was pretty good. It was Valentine by Leve, Mr. Sandman, Can't Sleep Love, Hooked on a Feeling, Fly Me to the Moon, Life Could Be a Dream, Blank Space, Cupid's Chokehold, Golden, Summer Romance, Dream Alone, Just the Two of Us, Dance Me to the End of Love, Can't Take My Eyes Off You. I liked all the songs, and you know what? For the first time since I karaoke'd, felt like there was such a significant amount of improvement that, yeah, I was kind of cooking. It was a pretty good singing stream. It was pretty good. It wasn't, amazing. My pentatonic, the Can't Sleep Love was kind of bad, and Dream Alone was awful because I couldn't get the timing cues, unfortunately. But other than that, I thought it was good. And then the most recent one, the finale of the Valentine's month, right, was the Heartbreak season, the Heartbreak playlist. It never was. I'm really proud of this. It's actually something I'm really, really proud of, because it was something I spent a lot of time preparing for, knowing that I wanted to do it, and I wanted to do it well, and I did it, and I improved over time, and I got to a point where I was okay with it, where it was acceptable to me, my performance of it. And that progress, that growth I saw in myself is something that I think definitely invigorated my creative juices, and solidified, genuinely speaking, this made me want to continue VTubing. It was like, if I do shit on YouTube and just, it's not just me talking and having fun, but there are things I can put my effort and my mind and my effort into to work hard on, and I actually can tangibly improve, and I can do that alongside a bunch of people who are really supportive of me. That's an experience you can't buy with money, I guess. It's I don't know, it's one of those things that's that's why I continue to stream. Oh, I was so proud of this one. I can't believe I missed out on all the karaoke streams. I'll read it out. I'll read out the songs I chose to you, and hopefully you'll get an idea of the mood of it. I started with Heart Attack by Demi Lovato, and I'm so proud of the way I did it as well, where I was able to adapt the extremely high pitch to my own vocal range. Oh, sorry, I keep hitting my microphone. And then I did Creep, Mr. Brightside, and Slow Dancing in the Dark. This is the first batch of songs. It was supposed to be the self-hating part of this, which I think most of you probably relate to. because you're VTuber fans. Then I did Pretender, A Man Without Love, and The Winner Takes It All. I love all these songs, so I can't say like, oh, I love these songs, but in particular, I really liked A Man Without Love and Winner Takes It All. A Man Without Love, I remember watching when I was watching Moon Knight from Marvel. I heard the song and I was like, I'm immediately downloading this. This is a banger. The Winner Takes It All, I heard from Better Call Saul, unfortunately. That's where I heard it from. I wasn't much of an ABBA fan. Like, I know of ABBA, but I wasn't a big fan. I wasn't like a super fan of them in particular. But then Winner Takes It All is really good. Then I did somebody that I used to know, Love the Way You Lie and Rolling in the Deep. Which is like it's the transition from the self-hatred to like, actually it's your fault that our relationship is ruined and I hate you. Then we move on to Payphone, Smoking Out the Window, which is like the man, I hate relationships, I never want to be in a relationship again. And then it's Thanks for the Memories and This Is Gospel, which was like which was sort of like an overall conclusion to the saga of Kara Nor's Valentine's theme era. You got like 13 shots of whiskey by the end. Oh yeah, so the last stream I got really drunk as well because I like took a shot of gin every time I did a song, and that helped me sing, perhaps a little too well, because I ended up getting a noise complaint a while later from my neighbors who were like, we heard you loud and clear. And it wasn't even like, oh, like I'm hearing something through the wall, like a little bit. If you like focus, you can hear it. No. It was like they probably had headphones on, trying to work at their desk, like figuring their own shit out, and then they hear me belting like, putting my defenses up, cause I don't want to fall in love. There was like full volume. They heard all of that. So that's the reason why we haven't had a karaoke stream until now since then. that's why, okay? That's why. You just lost 10% of your female viewership after you said ABBA who? That's actually kind of good, because then that puts me at like 50-50. That puts my male-female viewership at like 50-50, which is what I want. Why don't you do more Adele and Bruno Mars songs? Oh yeah, my other rule was like I only allowed myself to do one song per artist because I didn't want to overrepresent an artist or two. Billie Eilish karaoke. I'm the bad guy. I don't even know how she does it. She's good. But anyways, yeah. God. What came after that? Yeah, that was the Valentine's month. For Valentine's month, it was actually just 2 weeks. And it was like the last 2 weeks of fucking like March or some shit. Cause no, it was like the first 2 weeks of March was my Valentine's February event. I ended it on White Day on the 14th of March. That's what I ended it on. Are you 60-40 female male right now? Yeah, that's what we're on right now. He just sings in a soft voice and switches to falsetto. Yeah, well, we'll see. But not in the meantime. I gotta like figure it out. Okay. We played a bunch of games, dating sims. A lot of them all of them were the first time I played a dating sim at all. 5 Hearts Under One Roof was holy shit. Oh my god, I'm thinking about it again. What a fucking nightmare that was of a game to play through. Oh no. I think the 5 Hearts streams were also like 95% male viewership. And then it's funny is because they clicked on not for me, but for like to goon to like the women in it. And it's like my stats show that none of the people who watched 5 Hearts returned to this channel. Like they all clicked on this VOD and then fucked off immediately after. Whereas when I played Love in Deep Space, there was actually like a somewhat significant amount of people that watched me play this game and then came back for future streams I did, at least in the near future, right? So what can I say except it seems to me that the women just have more commitment and the men need to do better. It is what it is. Savor it, okay, guys. That's the only misandrous slander you're gonna get from me today. Why'd you play 5 Hearts 2 times? I needed to finish it because I couldn't finish it the first time around because it's so fucking hard. If you don't make every perfect choice, and you don't know if it's the perfect choice until like literally the like maybe 2 chapters later, where you need enough perfect choice points to progress, like you have to play every choice perfectly to get just barely enough points to finally unlock like the last few chapters of the game. And because of that, you had to constantly replay the earlier sections, and if you miss like an answer, sometimes you don't even know you missed it because there's no indication that like, oh, you answered poorly. There's no indication that you chose incorrectly. It's just like, oh, you chose the answer, okay, well, let's move on. But then it's like, oh, it turns out you have to choose the option and then see like eggplant emojis pop up or some shit, and then like, but that doesn't appear for every correct choice or for every choice that matters, and it's and not every choice has one that will give you points. It is fucking ridiculous. Fuck this game. I'm never playing it again. God, holy shit. Oh yeah, and then look, okay, me playing Gooner game for Gooner game where the love interests are men. 984 views, like 1,000 views, okay? Me reading and recommending feminist literature, 74 views. The numbers speak for themselves. The numbers speak for themselves, and I want everyone to know that it's actually your fault and not mine, and I bear no responsibility in this. Yeah, the women have spoken. They have spoken, and they have announced, they have voted with their attention what they wanted to see, and they didn't want to see feminist literature. They didn't want to see, like, you know, a deeper understanding of patriarchal society and how we can undo the damages and genuinely make strides towards women's suffrage. No, they didn't want that. They wanted to goon to hot 2D men. That's what they wanted. They wanted to goon to Caleb. Yeah, they did. You know what? I'm probably a Silas girly, so like it's not like I don't get it, but come on. Women need to goon too. Yes, but like not just that. Like, can you not also do some of the readings at least? Whatever. Grand's hot though? Okay, well, yeah, but all the women in the game were hot. They were just portrayed in a way that was terrifyingly uncanny. Did you do the secret joke route where you date the landlord? Yeah, I did. Yep. I liked that. It was honestly funnier than like the endings. I preferred that and the joke ending than the actual endings. BBF, I wouldn't want a male VTuber's take on feminist literature. But like, that's why I prefaced the stream by saying like, these are not my takes. These are from my experience talking to people, women who know a lot more better than I do. This is what they've told me to read, and I'm just transmitting this advice from them to you. These are just my notes. LADS is feminist literature. Well, it does, like, oh, a little bit. What's more feminist than taking agency of your own sexuality? Well, it's doing so without feeding into extremely predatory, capitalistic, contemporary approaches found in modern gacha games that take advantage of the loneliness crisis and epidemic, not just the male loneliness epidemic, but like the loneliness epidemic itself. Because you are fueling this thing that is making it harder for women, younger and older women, right? Like you are fueling the funding for a game that is making it actively worse or more difficult for women to have positive experiences with men in their lives. You're too correct. Shut up. Okay, all right, I'll shut up. Okay, I'll stop. Okay, you can goon in peace. Just goon, do what you want. And then I want you to come back and listen to the lecture, okay? When you're ready, come back and listen to the lecture. And then I played like Dream Daddy, and then I played Volcano Princess, and I played Date with Death, and then I played Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess was very good. I really very much enjoyed Slay the Princess. It was probably the best game I could have played in this whole month. I love Slay the Princess. Holy shit, what a fucking banger of a game. So glad I played it. I think I've got one more playthrough in me, but it'll be in a little while. Needy Streamer Overload was the worst experience I've had playing a game for 9 hours. And there's not that many that I've played 9 hours for. Katawa Shoujo was good. I liked Katawa Shoujo. And I think Needy Streamer Overload was also a good game, but man, fuck that. I'm not playing it again. Needy Streamer Overload gave me like a heart attack. I couldn't, like, I actually just, like, I felt hurt playing this game. I felt so hurt. I didn't want to play it anymore. I just felt like because it was the difference between Needy Streamer Overload and Class of 09 for me is 09. There's a reprieve in 09's like depression because it's funny. There's a comedic aspect to Class of 09 that's like yeah, every man is a rapist or a pedophile or like you know, just a genuinely awful piece of shit. But at least it's really funny because those men sometimes get what's coming for them or what's coming to them. And you actually, in some endings at least, get to see the girls, the protagonists of the story triumph, or at least you get to see them do funny shit. In Needy Streamer Overload, the whole time you're suffering, or the whole time I'm suffering. There was no part of this I felt good at all. Like I genuinely think this was like a 9-hour experience of like what is it like to be a mentally ill girl who craves online social internet attention, and I don't want that again. Okay, thank the Lord I am not a woman and I am not mentally ill and I don't crave online internet validation. Thank goodness I'm not any of these three things, because if I was, I wouldn't. I'm not. I don't know. I can't. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. Oh fucking hell! And then I went to the Genshin concert and I talked about it for a bit. That happened for a while. Oh, this was the point where we had the new chat room. Where was the new chat room? It was here in the Hades 2 stream. Hades 2 is when I got this chat room. So for the longest time, my chat room looked like this. It was a fucking free, like copyright free background with an item frame in the like with like a portrait by Maurice OPYE, who drew fan art of me, and that was like the one piece of fan art, that was it. And then like a chat was there, and it was very ugly. And I think an FCF knew this and saw this. One of the people who might be in chat right now, FCF's probably asleep actually. Their time zone's probably so that it's probably really late in their time zone. But FCF drew the current chat room that we're on. I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for them to do that. Like, they just decided to do that of their own volition. So I'm immensely and eternally grateful, and I will always forever have to credit the work where it's due. But the chat room was entirely designed by this person named FZF, who sometimes shows up in chat. Thank you for that. It's so cool. It's amazing. That was 2 months ago. And what happened? Not much happened after that. The consumerism update happened. We got 500 subs finally. And then, you know, the stream got demonetized. It is what it is. Like, the monetization stream got demonetized. It is what it is. And then I pushed the rock up a hill for like a week, which was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. Talked a bit about Kiara. I thought this would be a bit more interesting, but I wanted, maybe I should have put Kiara in the thumbnail, but I didn't want to like I didn't want to jump into I didn't want to take advantage of drama and like, you know, catch on to a trend. I wanted to have a genuine, earnest discussion, so that's what I decided to do. Where's my male loneliness epidemic stream? There it is. The male loneliness epidemic explained by a philosophy major. There's a lot of racism in these comment sections. tread lightly and carefully, please. Thank you. Maybe just don't go into them. The good news with the bigotry in this male loneliness epidemic stream is like men are too lazy, and if they wanted to hate their or brigade, they didn't even want to go into my other streams or stay around for my other stream or my other chats to, like, you know, I suppose lay out more racism and bigotry at me. Like, they didn't even have the patience for that. They just wanted to argue in that one comment section. They were so lasered in. So the good news is, you know, men are lazy, I guess. Imagine 100%ing NSO, you know what it's like to be me. I don't want to be you. I'm pretty happy being me. The old background looks like Prince's basement when he would invite Diddy. Okay, well, it looks better now. Okay, the point is that it looks better now. The point is that it looks better now. Okay. Yeah, so that's very self-contained. I wouldn't worry too much about it, the male loneliness stream, but it's there. I play Path to Nowhere, where midway through the stream, a frog entered my house and I took a while to get it out. Oh. Talked about Dr. Ratio for like 6 hours. Have I mentioned that I'm a big fan of Dr. Ratio? Played some Blueprints. Played the season 2 of The Walking Dead finally. Finished Volcano Princess, and now we're here. Also, I did a gay stream the other day. That's what I did. It's a pretty good stream in terms of quality. Is it good in terms of, like, you know, engagement? Probably not. I don't think people cared, but whatever. Terraforming stream was fun. Terranil was a fun game. And that was an entire year of Karasu for Noir. Here we are. Where's the FNAF stream? It's unlisted for now because I need to fix some bugs with it, and then it'll be listed back onto the channel when it's done. I just need to edit some stuff, but in order to edit something, YouTube needs to process it fully. So yeah. You're gonna go through the anniversary fan gifts? I am. Thank you for reminding me. And now I have to get through the shit that you did. Oh. Where do I begin? And now that I'm done with my shit, I guess it's time for your shit too. Let me just download these very quickly. In no particular order, I'm downloading these. You didn't hear that. Oh my god, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? To like download this. The stuff that people did for first year. Is there like a what did you guys do? A booklet? Shit. Sorry, I need to like look for it. Give me a second. Give me like a moment. I should have prepared for this beforehand. I didn't. I have to apologize. I didn't do that. Can someone link me on the Discord where the things are? I'd be very, very appreciative if you can do that for me. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know where it is. We can start with some simpler things. That's not what I had in mind. Give me a moment. That's not it. This is the one we'll start with, I guess. That's what a mod would do. Well, there are mods on Discord. Yeah, that's me. I'm 61/60. You never know. Thank you, FZF, for the doodle. This is FZF's doodle, I think. It's funny. I think it's a funny doodle. I have not much else to say other than it's a funny doodle. Here's what we have next up. Done by our local resident artist, Victor Poe, who's also been single-handedly responsible for many things, many pieces of fan art on the wall, and also for the recent Walking Dead stream, and now this. Victor, and like this goes to obviously like all the other people who make. I'll say it towards the end. Never mind. But yeah, so Victor, you made this card. It was an anniversary card, and it looks incredible. I don't know what else to say. Then it looks fantastic, and that's so cool. Thank you so much. This is not the only thing Victor's done. Victor also did this, or maybe this is like another side of the card, or like a different card. No, this is a different card. There's two of these. There's an anniversary one and a birthday one, I guess. I love it. Thank you. You pinged the fic and the Kahoot there for me. Okay, thank you. Is there like a PDF or something? Could you link that to me as well? Thank you. So could someone please link that to me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this is something I should have done myself, but I didn't. But like, you know, please, thank you. Was the big should have taken on a kitchen table? Probably, right? I don't know. The PDF of the fic? No. It was like a collection of stuff right now. Okay. Well, I don't know. What? Maybe I'm mistaken. I probably am mistaken. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. There's like a booklet. Okay. Oh. Wait, no, you don't see that. That's fine. Okay. Shit, that scared me. I was like, holy shit, do you like... Oh my god, it's 8 pages? What? What? Oh goodness. That's a lot. Hold on. Is there any more art? Is there any more anniversary art? I know there's new art. I haven't like put on the wheel yet, but I want to say that I've seen them all and they're really nice. Even the FNAF one, that's what I've seen. I want to apologize because Victor, you did one art of me that's relatively risque, and I'm probably not going to show it on the wheel, but it's cool and I appreciate it. There are also some parrot emotes. Parrot's gone, so it doesn't even matter, but whatever. I don't even care. Do I even care? I don't even care about parrot. Actually, I don't even care at all. Okay. Let me just make sure it's all set up. Right. Okay. Yeah, join the Discord if you want to see, I guess. I don't know. Do you want to see it? You might not. You made a parrot. I saw the parrot response video. That was funny. I saw it. Thank you for that as well. This is a booklet you guys have compiled for me. Anniversary for a 1-year anniversary. Well, it's regal and lavish enough. Parrot's Reading Corner. Oh shit. Oh, this is like the retrospective? Oh, then why did I have to do it? I didn't have to do it then. This is readings from Sharon's live streams. The Present Age by Soren Kierkegaard. My Pedagogic Creed by John Dewey. How We Think by John Dewey. Plato's Apology. Discipline and Punishment by Michel Foucault. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Metamorphosis by Franz Kafka. The Will to Change by Bill Hooks. There's also The Second Sex, but I've unlisted it because people keep asking me in the Second Sex videos, because I really like a chapter and a two at a time. Like, when's the next chapter? When's the next chapter? And I just feel like I'd rather just not have it there than for people to keep asking me when the next chapter is. And I'm just gonna do. I've committed to the idea of reading the whole of the Second Sex eventually. Anyways, it's just gonna be a long process. It's like 700 or 800 pages or something. Reading it is one thing, but reading it out loud is gonna be something else. Philosophy of Horror by Noel Carroll. Castle of Toronto. I've No Mouth and Mama Scream. The Manifesto of the Communist Party. Oh yeah, we did that. A Gentle Creature by Fyodor Dostoevsky. A Christmas Tree and a Wedding by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Hunger Artist, Franz Kafka. Plato Symposium. Story of a Pet Dog by Osamu Dazai. Oh my god, that's like, you did all that. That's crazy. Drop the Discord link? Okay. I'll do that and then I'll continue. Holy shit, this is a lot more than I thought it would be. I didn't think it'd be this much, guys. I didn't think it'd be that much. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do so much. Don't do so much for me. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to do when you do so much. I don't know. Let's try preparing. I can't sing links. So we can't sing links. Okay, fine. You're okay. I'll put you back on mod, alright? I'll put you back on mod. Okay, now you can send links. Now you can send links to someone else. So like, people stop asking me for links. I'm gonna squeeze out real tears of the 1 year anniversary. Probably not, because like, it's not like, it's not that interesting. Fan art appreciation. Ah, I see you have included some select pieces that I have decided against putting on my wall. You can do that. That's fine. I'm, okay. Well, maybe in Victor too. Okay, fine. God damn it. That's it for now, though. Okay, no one else. For the longest time, this particular image was pinned on my Twitter. Or this particular piece by Cocaine, Crack. This person, Kitty, I don't know what name you want to go by, but like, this was for the longest time what I had pinned on my Twitter, because it was like, I don't know, there's something about it that really spoke to me. I love all of this art though, which is why I have all of it on my wall. This one is, you can do what you want. You can do what you want. I'm not putting it on my wall, I think. Oh. Okay, alright, yep, yeah. I feel my power returning. I will ban the next 3 chatters. So just might as well bring up gender ban. No, I don't think we will. No, I don't think we will. Fan art has gone through some phases, like vampires. Yes, indeed it has. This was during my vampire therapist streams. Inspired a bout of vampirism. This is the Scrooge bit. Yep. Okay, yeah, alright. Alright, okay. Yep, okay, alright. We're just gonna... Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Alright, okay, okay. Alright, okay, I get it. Okay, okay, I get it. Okay, we're not. Okay. You can do that, okay? Just not in my, like, not on my stream. Alright, okay. Okay, whatever. Okay. I don't know if these are good. I just looked at philosophy word search. Well, I'm not doing this now. I'll do it later. The crossword as well? Oh my god. Oh my, there's a lot here. You know what? I'll fill it in my own time. The booklet's on Discord if anyone wants it, I guess. I don't think you get it though. No, I think I get it. I think. I don't know. I don't want to get it actually. Whatever. We're going next. I don't. It's just doctor ratio. 1 year from euthanasia. Hi, Jay. Happy 1 year anniversary and happy birthday. You deserve all the success you've gotten. Thank you, Zero. Thank you, Zero. You're here right now, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You're right here. Tara, 1 year already. Good job, Karis. Cheers to another one of interesting topics and barely surviving chat and other wild animals. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Tara. Congratulations on your 61st birthday. 61st birthday. Thank you, FCF. Owl says hoots. Yes. Yes, you do. Maybe says happy 1 year anniversary. Thank you, maybe. You're here as well, aren't you? Yes. Hannah says, happy 1 year. It's been a privilege getting to see you gradually become more comfortable with streaming. Excited for what the future holds. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy 1 year, Karis. I always look forward to your streams. I'm very happy to be part of this community. Thank you, Victor. And you are the one who organized this booklet, aren't you? Thank you very much. And there's a little bit of a crow there, huh? Oh, well, if only you knew. If only all of you knew. You don't, but if only you knew. Okay, 1 second. That's... The word search and the crossword is beautiful. I love it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna spend more time staring at it later, but I gotta move on the stream because I've already spent so much time talking in this stream. It's a long ass fucking stream. I gotta wrap up, right? There's a Kahoot. Okay. Do I host it? Do I host it or do I like play it? What do I do? I host it, right? You guys play it. Okay, okay. Let me figure out how to do that. Host live. Sign up, login. Who am I? I am a professional. I think I'm a teacher in this case, actually. Describe your workplace. YouTube channel. Let's do higher education. KarisUFenor@gmail.com. Yep. Okay. I'm not sharing screen, am I? I'm not. Okay, I was panicking for a second. All right. Why are you trying to sell me something, Kahoot? I just want to host a quiz. Fuck off. God damn it. Okay. What do I do? Start? Okay. All right. I'm gonna need to figure this out, so give me a second. Okay, I figured it out. We can come back here. Whenever Kahoot gets mod roles, you'll get a... I don't know, maybe. I'll think about it. Whatever. This is the Kahoot, I guess. Do we have to use the Kahoot music? I guess we do. Can we use the Kahoot music, but it's remixed with, like, Joker from Persona 5 doing his special in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, where for Joker's special he wields a gun. Can we listen to that instead? I don't think that's available on the website though. Just letting you know, I can't join this because like I don't have like I can't use my phone for this. Channel's the Kahoot link. Like I'm not sure, but you're supposed to join this Kahoot with the code on the screen, or you scan the QR code, which I understand might be a little less helpful because it's sort of locked. So let me just do that for you. Okay. You should be able to scan the code now, I think. Yeah, go to Kahoot and then enter the code. I didn't think there'd be a code. There'd be a Kahoot section. Who made this Kahoot again? Who did this? You did it, Zero? Thank you for making it. Thank you for making it. A bunch of other people? Okay, so I guess it was a group effort. You both better win then. If you both made it. Am I in the way? I'm never in the way, but like, you know, am I in the way? I'm like, I'll dip a bit lower. I'm dipping a bit lower to get out of the way for this. Okay. Okay. I won't be in the way if I do this. If you can't see it, it's your fault. Okay, that should just be everyone, right? I don't think there's any more people that want to join the quiz. Are we ready to start? It's been so long I forgot how to join a Kahoot. Are you in yet, Lamida? Are you in? I can wait. We can wait. We can wait. You can scan the QR code or go on the Kahoot app and then put in the game pin, I think. Sorry I keep bumping into my mic. It's my setup. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about this as well, but I guess I can say it on this stream, right? Ever since I debuted, my setup has gone through like 5 or 6 different changes and locations. So I have yet to, but this is the first time I've had like a desk with desk space that didn't fall apart immediately in my like whole year of streaming. It's like recently, a week or 2 ago, is when I finally got a desk with some desk space. My next mission is to get a chair, I think. That doesn't make a sound every time I lean back or forwards. My goal for next year's, one of my goals for next year's anniversary is to have like a PC set up so I can stream stuff. That's my main goal. That and like, you know, I want to get to 1,000 so I can actually monetize on ad revenue, because it's like, it's so annoying to not be there at the moment because I don't have enough subscribers, and I know that all I have to do is subscriber bag and like put engagement tags or like, and ask people to subscribe and like in shorts, and it pisses me off because I never want to do that. It hurts. Was not appearing on screen like Terra movies or region lock thing? Is it? That is weird that you're not showing up. Is it because it's like locked to 4 players or something? It couldn't be, right? No, it's not locked. No. Oh, It's because I clicked. It's because I clicked off. It's because I clicked off the fucking. I'm sorry. It's because I clicked off the tab, so I didn't see all the names that were there. Because it did. Because my page didn't refresh. I think everyone's in now. I think everyone's actually in now. I think everyone's been in for a while. My page is just frozen. My page is just frozen. My page is fucking frozen because I didn't click into the tab. That's my bad. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That's my fault. We got. Okay, we've got everyone here, right? We got everyone here. All right, let's begin. Here's you for our anniversary cahoots. Oh, I guess so. I guess so. How do you spell Karen's last name? Am I in the way? Tell me if I'm in the way. I don't think I'm in the way though. Yeah, actually, I'm fine, I think. How do you spell... should I, like, say my last name? Would that help? I'll say it in, like, 10 seconds, maybe. Karis Euphranor. The Greek pronunciation is Ephranor, I think. But you can just say Euphranor. Euphranor is fine. Someone fucked up the first question? Okay. It's clipping the left? Okay. No, but you can see it, right? Like, it's fine. Okay, fucking... Alright, whatever. God damn it. I'm just gonna... Whatever. Oh, it's clipping at the top as well. Okay, now that's kind of... Alright, okay. Shit. That's so annoying. Sorry. Okay, I'm fucking going away. Alright, I'm going away. Okay. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go, like, here. I'm gonna go here. Someone got, yeah. Someone got. Next. Isn't late, alright. This is... What do I do next? I just click next, right? Okay. What was the name of this creature? Why did you do that? Why did you cross out my face like this? This is not intellectually stimulating. Why didn't you put, like... This is Parrot the Crow. That's the name. Parrot is the name. It is a crow. It's a little bit of a tricky question, is it? No, it's not. What is this? What's your favorite game? I have like a few favorite games. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the thumbnail again and laughing at it because it's a funny thumbnail. Oh. He made the fucking Lovely Space the correct answer. Oh my god. Oh. That's funny though. That's funny. You know what? That's funny. I like that. I like that you made the answer the wrong answer. That's what this quiz should be. If it's so obvious, like if it's very basic information, you just make it so that the answer is actually a trick. It's a trick question all along. That's what you should do. I like that. I approve of it. I approve of this. I approve of this deception and trickery. James' real favorite game. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is actually good. Because you have both Stanley Parable and Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, and you have to pick. Oh no, it's like you didn't make me choose? You didn't make them choose between them? Because they're different games. The Stanley Parable came out in 2013, and the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe came out recently. I haven't actually said... Did I have? I feel like you should have, and like... Because I haven't actually said which one of these I prefer. Because I've not really talked about it too much at length. on stream other than just saying like I love it. You don't actually know how I feel in detail about these games, about Parable and Parable Deluxe. So I would have actually liked, I would have kind of liked if you picked one to be the correct answer purely off of vibes. Like you'd have no evidence for it. It could contradict my actual opinion, but you just put one correct answer out of vibes. Deluxe is more of a continuation. It's like a sequel, but it's also like a remaster. But it's also like a, like it's a commentary on sequels and remasters. Ooh, oh, ooh! I haven't talked about Ultra Deluxe, have I? Maybe he's in the lead. What's Jeremy's favorite character from his actual favorite game, Five Hearts? I don't remember their names. Oh, actually I do, never mind. Who is my favorite character? You better get this right. You actually better get this right. What? No, 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 no. Or maybe that's why, like, that's the tricky part of the quiz, is some questions are just nonsensical. This is one of them. My favorite character is Sausage Guy. I love Sausage Guy. He's my favorite character. I love the trick questions. No, but they're, like, trick questions are only good if, like, you know. I don't know. This is pretty good, actually, because you caught, like, 3 people. It's a good trick question if you catch, like, 3 people. Okay, maybe he's probably cheating, because, like, you remember making the quiz. Oh. Whoever needs to find the difference between these images. What's that on the top right? What's top right? Wait, so what do you click? They're just different, they're different images and different names. What are you supposed to click? What the fuck? Are you supposed to click me? Who's that? Who's that person? Who's that person on the top right? Who is that? I don't know who that is. You seem cool. You seem cool. Luca Freiberg, true. As you as a philosopher? True, false. Oh. This is gonna test you. I don't know if you'll be able to. Okay, here's the thing, right? What matters more to you? It doesn't matter if you're correct, in this quiz, or you're correct in that your response was more closely correlated with my factual being. All this was in the debut. Five Hearts was not in the debut. Philosopher is a philosopher or not? It's an interesting question, because I think it's both, right? Like I would say Philosopher is not. Here's what I would say. There's multiple layers to this. It's like the bell curve, right? It's like Philosopher is a philosopher. You're on the left of the bell curve. You know the bell curve meme? On the left of the bell curve, like where you only have a very shallow and superficial understanding of Philosopher. On the left, it's like, yeah, Philosopher is a philosopher. And then you get to the middle, where most people are, and then you have a somewhat and more in-depth understanding of Philosopher, and you realize Philosopher is not a philosopher. And then you go to the right of the bell curve, furthest down, and you realize Philosopher actually is a philosopher. That's the way it works. That's the way it works. It's like, so it's true or false depends on where you are in the bell curve. I'm more interested in seeing where you are in the bell curve. Are you in the left, are you in the middle, or are you on the right? And if you're on the right, how can you prove that you're on the right and not just on the left? There's your philosopher. Hegel. Oh, I love Hegel. I love Hegel. All my homies love Hegel. I'm wondering why there's no Socrates here. Why didn't you put Socrates? You should have put Socrates or Plato. I feel like you could have put Socrates or Plato here. Because I do have a mask of... I wear a Platonic mask. You know? That one's an obvious one. That was an easy. That was a gimme, okay? How much does this guy for art team? What is this image? Whose image is this? Who is this? Whose image is this? How much do I owe art team now? Oh, we recently did another budget check and I remember now. Okay, fair enough. I have to show this to our team. I'll show it to our team. That's our team's Insta? Is it? Okay, okay. Because I don't know if I remember that being our team's Insta. Maybe she changed her Insta profile a while ago. I don't know. Okay. Are you part of the 12%? Which part is the 12% again? Because there's been some point where it's been 12% women, and there's been some point where there's been 12% men. What does true even mean? What the fuck? Women is the 12%, but at some point men were 12%. That's why I did the male loneliness epidemic stream. It was because I was like, there's too many women in here. We gotta like thin these numbers a bit. And then I did the male loneliness epidemic stream. Binary eraser. Okay. Happy anniversary. Can there be like a logic puzzle? Okay. That mouth is cursed. That is very cursed. Oh, it looks weird. Like me looking at it, it's weird. Couldn't find a pic of you smiling? Fair enough. Maybe I'll provide some PNGs in the art section for future reference if people want to use them. I didn't think about that, but yeah, you guys probably want some PNGs of me. I'll put some in the Discord after this stream, maybe. Love you, thanks for streaming. Happy 1 year anniversary, Big Fan streams. Alright. Can the next one be like an insanely difficult truth or liar paradox quiz? Can that be next? What's the Euphanoia's favorite streamer? Come on, guys. Can we have like a logic puzzle in the next one? Can we have... Go back in time just with the Kahoot. Indeed, indeed. Were you in the Kahoot? You can still join now, I think. There's like a game pin at the bottom. Note that for the future Kahoot. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, he's fucking gone, so I don't know what you guys want from me. He's fucking gone, okay? That's it. He's fucking gone. What's Sharon's favorite chatter? Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Whoa. Why did you post that? No. Why did you put that away? Put that away. Put that away. Put that away. Put that, why is that? Like, why is that screen grab there? God damn it. I can't even deny it because I did say this, but like, you have to understand there's some context behind this, okay? So the Discord had like, the Discord, it was what people couldn't say fucker on the Discord, and they were wondering why they couldn't say fucker, and I was like, oh, okay, it's because like Discord was banning common like offensive insults and slurs, and in order to allow people to say fucker, I had to unban all the slurs. So I announced that, okay, now you can say fucker because I've unbanned all the slurs. And I wanted specifically to say that, yeah, that includes all the really, really bad ones, so that it's up to people, it's up to people to make the best case judgment for what they should be and should not be allowed to say. You know, like, that's what I wanted to say. That's, I don't know why you took that screen grab out of context. No. Yeah, obviously you're actually all wrong. I feel like you should have zero. What you should have done was you should have made all these answers wrong, because none of you are my favorite. Why did you also put people in groups? That's interesting that like they're teams, because it like that's an interesting way to put, like, this is like you guys have like battle royale teams in different camps here. It's interesting. Put everyone I can remember in here. Fair enough. That's You know who my favorite chatter is? My favorite chatter is okay, wait, hold on. Let me think. I was gonna make a joke, but I feel like if I made a joke, it was no. I'll say it. Like, my favorite chatter is Maurice, because Maurice doesn't say anything in chat like 95% of the time, and then Maurice will have, when Maurice does say something, it's something that's relevant to the topic at hand, and usually contributes to the discussion. And because of that, they're my favorite chatter. None of you are. uh, let's see the podium. I don't know who you are, but congrats. Maurice was here earlier in the stream for a little bit. Congratulations. Congratulations, Anakira, and maybe. And Zero and Holiday as well. I forgot how Kahoot worked. I forgot to do this fanfare. Like, why do they do that? That's actually so incredibly unnecessary. This, okay. Alright. Well, that was it. Would be higher but delayed. Did you not do the 2 times speed thing I taught you? Come on. You should have learned the 2 times speed strat that I taught everyone a while ago. Notice how his favorite chatter isn't a woman. I don't know if Maurice is I don't know Maurice's gender identity. And I'm not like speculating, but you know, until they want to talk about it, I'm just gonna they them. So like, maybe they're not a woman, maybe they are. We don't know. I don't know. And frankly, I don't really care. It's not that important to me. It's important. It would be important if my YouTube data showed my like non-binary audience, so I can like claim more woke points, but YouTube doesn't care, so I guess I don't care too. 2 times doesn't work on mobile? Alright, feels bad. I kind of cheated because I thought I forgot everything, but the answers flooded into my head. Well, I mean, like, that's what happens when you're like making the thing, right? So it's fair enough. Maurice's male name is also dangerously close to my middle name. Sure thing, Morris. Thank you for the Kahoot. That was fun. That was fun. What I want to see for the Kahoot next year is like logic puzzles. That's what I want. I want to see like crazy logic puzzles in it. That's what I want to see. Today's the last day, by the way. Smart. No, you're not supposed to say that. You're not. God damn it. Whatever. Okay. Hold on. Where is my thing? Oh yeah. Yeah. Today's the last day you can join the Discord before I make it a lot harder, and you'll see what it is then. But if you aren't joining the Discord, it's in the chat somewhere, I guess. And you don't care about your non-binary audience during Pride Month? Oh wow, yeah, because like I don't care about my audience at all. I don't play favorites. Should make the New York Times dailies for next year. We'll do better. No, sorry, I don't mean I just realized that kind of actually does come off a bit negative. Beyond my usual attitude. So I want to clarify that this is really nice and thank you for making it. It's very fun. It's very cool. I was just sort of in character, okay? No, but thank you. It was great. You're critiquing the game. Stop! You're gonna make me feel bad. I would never feel bad, actually, no. Not gonna timestamp Discord links or funsies. It's okay. In the future, I'll make the Discord link available on my description and everywhere, so it'll be easier to access the Discord link. And then when you go in, there's gonna be like a puzzle. There's gonna be like a quiz you have to do before you get in. That's my plan. My plan is like there's gonna be a really not that difficult, but like kind of annoying set of logic puzzles you'll have to do before you get into the Discord. That's what but I haven't set it up yet, so you have to take advantage of my not laziness, but like my lack of time and sleep by joining the Discord as quickly as you can. Otherwise, it's like you can still do it, but you'll have to do like a whole quiz to get in. You're the VTuber equivalent of the Boy Piku artist that draws smut and then age-gated by making you solve algebra. What? They do that? I didn't know they did that. That's cool. Maybe I should do that. That's yeah. My idea is now reinforced. I love that. God, anyway, hate the username tied to that account. You don't have to worry about it. It's fine. Will you read the fic? I guess I will. How long is it? Do you feel loved? Well, yes. Thank you, Victor. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Some post literal calculus. You have to ask. You go into DMs to ask fans to give you the answer, or you can actually just learn calculus by like pay attention in school, or like revising for it and remembering. No, so the quiz is not going to require any knowledge. It's just going to require a lot of logic. That's what it's going to be. That's the cost of me making the Discord link more widespread. Didn't get recommended for pre-calc, had to take stats. What? It's one or the other? I just did both. You just do like both of those things. You do stats and then you do pre-calc and then you do calc and then you do like I don't know, you get a little bit into calc and differentiations and all that. And then that's like the limit of your K to 12 like mathematical education, right? And then after that, it's like, at that point, it's a little unreasonable to expect a human being to be able to do that. Or the average human being to be able to do that math. They both sucked. I feel it, yeah. I worked so hard in math because I never wanted to do it again. Like, I worked so hard to make sure I'd never have to do it. Try to leave rejoice so I can take the quiz. You can join with a new account, or I could demo the quiz maybe. Maybe I could demo the quiz on a stream. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll do like a stream where I explain the answer so you have no excuse to not be able to get in and go like, oh, I don't get it, because one, it's just logic, and two, it's like I would literally do a step-by-step walkthrough of the whole thing, so it's impossible for you to fuck it up if you literally just watch what I do. So is it stream appropriate or not? I guess it is, right? Okay, well, let me just pull it up first. It's like a lot. It's a lot. Okay, it's just 3 pages. Alright, okay. Sure. We'll read it. I'll give you my... Will you praise me and tell me I'm good instead of bullying the fact that I didn't get recommended for pre-calc? Hannah, I suppose I will. I don't know what you want from me though, I guess. Math doesn't define you. I think the other thing is also like most people have the capacity to be able to do it, so you'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Cameron, do you see this? No. No, I don't. I don't see anything, actually. The screen's just black. There's nothing going on right now. I actually don't see anything. No. Nope. 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 Let me come back here. And let me make sure that this tab is... Okay. Do not leave me here with you freaks. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm moving on, okay? That's what I'm doing. Let's put on some reading music, shall we? This is a piece for the anniversary by Zero. We're reading it here now. Could have a wallpaper specific to reading fixed, like with couch candles and wine. I don't have the budget for that at the moment, but I'll keep that in mind, I guess. Okay. It was a quiet day in the Library of Alexandria, just as it had been for almost 2 millennia. I think you spelt millennia incorrectly. Sorry, I'm not gonna critique your thing as I'm reading it. Sorry. What was once a bustling place... sorry. What was once a bustling place full of scholars and teachers was now home to only a few scholars, in a smaller room sectioned off from the main library. I'm sorry. That was actually really mean. I'm sorry. I just literally can't help it because my like teacher brain activates when I see text from someone. I go like, okay, here's like I start like if I had a pen, I would start drawing and circling, and I would like do ticks, and I would like, you know, refer to the rubric. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like this is me. Like stop making me feel worse than I do right now. Stop making me feel worse than I do right now. I'm actually very justified in my opinions and my actions, okay? No. Stop, please. Okay, alright, whatever. It was a quiet day in the Library of Alexandria, just as it had been for almost 2 millennia. What was once a bustling place full of scholars and teachers was now home to only a few scholars. In a smaller room, sectioned off from the main library, was an Alexandrian sat by his desk. His back was leaned against his ornate wooden chair, and his legs crossed one above the other. His hefty and professional looking wooden desk was littered with all sorts of documents, books, and scrolls. A singular computer and streaming setup was also on the desk, though it had been covered in documents as of late. Kara shivered on her side as he pinched the bridge of his nose. He had so much work to do. His laundry was yet to be done, his job applications yet to be filled out, a library yet to be dusted and cleaned. And most stressful of all, he had a stream to do. Karas usually liked to stream, but today was just not a good day to stream. That being said, he had already put up the waiting room for his next stream, which was set to begin in 3 hours. For a brief moment, the silver-haired man considered delaying the stream or cancelling it entirely. Not uncommon. His viewers, few as they were, would understand. I like how he added the few as they were, would understand if he cancelled the stream, but he didn't want to disappoint them. They may think that being a librarian in the Library of Alexandria would pay Karas enough. That would not be the case. Or to be more accurate, the librarians were paid. It was just that the currency they were paid in was 2,000 years old. So if a librarian wanted to eat, they had to work a job from this century and get paid in money from this century. The same went for chores. Each librarian was expected to do their fair share of taking care of the library. After all, the Library of Alexandria was ancient and had at one point been the knowledge capital of the world. It was expected that the librarians who worked there dusted the bookshelves and the windows as well as made sure all the books in the library were in good condition. If any book was found to be of subpar condition, it was up to the librarian who found it to turn it on to be repaired. He found it to turn it in to be repaired. Sorry, I'm a little tired. Parrot the crow disguised as a raven that the librarian had adopted some time ago caught for his attention. Glancing at the bird, Kara spoke. "What is it? Can't you tell I'm brooding here?" "Ah!" cried Parrot in response. "Why do I even bother trying? It's not like you can speak to me." For some reason, Parrot could only do just that. Parrot what other people said or typed. Because of this, Parrot rarely spoke. Usually the crow only spoke while Karas was streaming, parroting whatever chat typed out. He sighed again. This simply would not do. Despite everything he had to do, Karas wanted to stream today. It was time to lock in. Karas got up from his chair in the usual way anyone would, pushing it back a bit as he stood up, his arms reaching out as he stretched his sore muscles. I'm going to do some stretches right now. Give me a second. Oh, okay. A determined look crossed his face. First, he decided he would clean the library. Today it was his job to make sure his section of the library was dusted. On days like these, the Alexandrian was thankful that he was given one of the smaller sections to manage. Cleaning some of the bigger sections was a whole day endeavor for some librarians, so the silver-haired man was grateful that his section only took around 2 to 3 hours to clean. These days there were a lot of things that held him up from streaming on time, whether it be neighbors, bugs, or other animal or reptilian creatures that delayed stream. He knew that he did it often enough that it was expected at this point. That he knew. That being said, he really did try to keep a consistent stream schedule. It was just that so many things kept getting in the way that he had no control over. Now that there was nothing in his way, he wanted to keep it that way. And he would do his work after the stream if he didn't know himself better. Most likely he would be kept for an extra hour or more, held hostage by chat, and his lack of self-control at times. The librarian walked to the storeroom where the duster was located and fished it out as well as other tools he may need. Tools in hand, Karas called out, "Come now, Parrot, we have a library to clean." "Ah," replied Parrot in pursuit of the librarian. The two made it down the well-lit corridor until it opened up into a circular room made of books. Though the room loomed above them, it was still considered one of the smaller wings of the library. The books housed here ranged from those of historical philosophers to the modern philosophers of today. The bookshelves were arranged around the wall of the room, while the center of the room housed all the tables and desks. The archivist and the crow made their way to the center of the room. "Parrot, do you still remember how to do this?" Karas asked with a glint in his eye. A caw came from Parrot in response as the bird began to glow. It was imperceptible at first, and the glow brightened until it became a slight purple glowing orb around the bird. It was the magic innate to the animal familiars of the library. Each animal's magic was different. Parrot's magical ability centered around telekinesis, otherwise known as the ability to influence objects without physically touching them. Parrot's ability was to parrot the voices of those he streamed through by reading the chat messages that were entered on screen. The bird took great pride in his job, much to Karas's dismay at times. Though he might protest otherwise, Karas did care for Parrot and was thankful for the crow sticking around. The bird had also had the more helpful ability, in Karas's point of view, to use mild telekinesis. Parrot could levitate objects with a purple hue surrounding the object he was levitating at the time. Right now, Parrot was helpfully levitating books and scrolls off their shelves while Karis dusted them. This allowed him to be attentive, as he always was, to the smallest spots where dust was found and eliminate them. Though any beginner librarian might find the whole process of cleaning tedious and hard, both Karis Euphranor and Parrot the Crow had been in the Library of Alexandria for a while and were intimately familiar with the cleaning process. That being said, it wasn't as if there were no troubles the two encountered when cleaning, though it wounded Karis' pride to remember he was once a new starry-eyed librarian who had rushed into things his fair share and gotten hurt. The first time the Philosopher and the Crow had cleaned the library, everything had been going well until Karis realized he'd forgot a certain tool, a bucket. After Parrot had finished laughing at him, the then young silver-haired man made his way down the ladder he had pulled up to clean the shelves. It was then that he slipped on the rung of the ladder and almost fell the entire way down. He had been at the top of the bookshelf at the time. Thankfully, just before he hit the ground, Parrot saved him with his telekinesis. The purple hue levitating Karis, it felt like a warm, comforting hug at the time as he realized just how close he'd come to death. Since then, both Karis and Parrot had come up with a safety plan to ensure that nothing like that would happen again. Soon enough, the two worked their way through the shelves meticulously, making sure each shelf was clean. As they neared the end of their task, the Philosopher found that he still had time before he needed to start streaming. It wasn't something that was urgent, and it could be changed if need be, but Karis didn't feel that it was needed. Finally satisfied with their work, the two put the tools back and made their way to the Philosopher's apartment within the library. The library itself was constantly shifting, so there was no way to tell whether or not you were ever heading to your destination. Somehow no one ever had trouble reaching where they had to go. It seemed that the library knew where each librarian was headed and made sure they reached their place of interest. Karis Euphranor and Parrot the Crow entered one such shift in reality within the library and found themselves on the floor, where the Philosopher's apartment was located. With a leisure pace, the librarian opened the door, taking his time fishing out the key from his coat pocket. Once the two were in, Parrot flew from the shoulder of the silver-haired man to the desk where his computer and streaming setup were located. Calling it a desk was generous. It was more like a table, which had collapsed on the streamer at one point in time, so he'd rather not discuss that. I will. It was during a karaoke stream. It was like the Christmas karaoke stream, and then I was singing a song, and then it fell over right as everything finished. So it wasn't in the middle of a performance, but God, was that annoying. Anyways. Smiling, Karis soon followed, pulling out his chair and taking a seat and booting up his computer. With a deep breath, he started to stream and was greeted with a series of happy anniversaries from chat, which Parrot was more than happy to recite out loud to Karis Euphranor. Thank you very much, Zero. Thank you for the fic. I didn't... Okay, you can't say that I'm mean because you have to hear the second part of the sentence, okay? But I didn't expect to like it as much as I did. I didn't expect to like it as much as I do now. I expected for it to kind of like it. I expected for it to be like fine, but it was good. I think it was more than fine. I think it was good. I think my favorite bit was sort of your interpretation of the twisting halls of the library. And where was it? Oh yes, that the library itself sort of knew where each person was going. It was interesting. It's an interesting take because I don't know. I just think it's an interesting reading of what I've put out, because I haven't put out a lot and I've made it relatively up to interpretation. I obviously have my own interpretation in my mind, and the reason I find this interesting is because this is at odds with my own personal interpretation, but I like this version a lot as well. So you know what? Thank you. You can tell it's written before you evicted him. I didn't evict him. He ran off. Okay? You gotta get that right. It wasn't my fucking fault. He ran off. I don't know where he went. Okay. Very cute. Use it for your apology song towards Parrot. I don't owe him shit. He owes me shit for not being here during my anniversary stream. Hello? It's my anniversary stream. How dare he leave right in the most important moment of my career Whatever. Whatever. Does the Library of Alexandria have book locating services via computer, or is it all manual? It's all manual. It's all manual. The computers don't really help with the books in the library. They help with looking up Steam games and like fan fiction, but it doesn't help with locating the books in the library. You made him leave? Our codex canon? Codex are canon, yeah. Everything is, okay, everything is canon. Everything that you can see and find on this channel now is canon. Everything you might be able to find through other means that are not from this YouTube channel, then no. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad that you wrote it, Zero. Really, like, it's cool to see this. Like, I'll be honest with you, with everyone here, right? Because I think this is the end of the the gifts, right? Let me move back here then. The That's not what I said. Everything I do is canon. Everything you do is fanon. That's the whole, or like, is that the word? Yeah, it's like fan made, right? Whatever, okay. Canon now because it was on the channel. You, okay, no. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. That's all the gifts, right? That's everything. That's everything you have for me. That's it. I can start saying my thank yous now. All right. Okay. Well, I guess I'll say my thank yous now. A year ago, I debuted, and I expected for myself to enjoy streaming, and I expected to be here today. I expected to be streaming a first anniversary, like Karis Schufenor retrospect. I expected that. I expected to be better at it. I expected to be more, to understand the process more. I expected to be more mature. I expected for myself personally to be in a better space. That was all to be expected, you know. That was. I did not expect. What I didn't expect, though, was an overwhelming amount of people who care about this almost as much as I do. I expected people to show up and think, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, wow. Yeah, the Philosopher VTuber. But I didn't expect a consistent group of people or an audience that would show up to anything I did genuinely, almost like at the drop of a hat, because it does seem like that sometimes. One of my personal weaknesses that I genuinely am very, like, I'm sorry about, and it's like it happened today as well. It's like I was late, and it's like it's not that big of a deal to be late, but it's just because it's, it's a fucking VTuber stream, right? It's not that bad, right? Like, but it's just like, I understand that when I am, and that I can't expect to see people here because of that. It's like, because if I'm late to something, how can I expect people to show up to it as well? And I think time and time again, I've been offered a kindness and a greeting that I don't want to say I didn't deserve, but it's more like it's not what I expected to have. And that's not something that's something I struggled to sort of, I guess, put into words how much it actually means to me. And also not just like, you know, to streams, but also just to make schedules and stuff. To promise things and then not deliver on them in time. I'll deliver on them eventually, but you know, it's to say things like, oh, I'll do this thing now, and then like stuff comes up in life, and you guys are very understanding with that. Of course, at the end of the day, it's like entertainment. It's like, you know, you can show up if you want, you can not. Otherwise, it's very much like a hobby. It's not very serious, but I take it seriously. Like I do. Like, and I think it's obvious that I take it very seriously, right? Because my whole thing is like I take things very seriously. I expected to make it a year, like a year into Karasi Funor. That's not out of the question. That wasn't out of the question at all. I knew I was gonna make it a year. I knew my year was gonna be, you know, good. I think, or rather, I would have been better this year than I was last year, and that was all that mattered to me, or at least that's what I thought. I think when I started streaming, or when I began streaming a year ago, I was very much thinking about myself. I was very much thinking like, all that matters is I get better. All that matters is I'm doing, it's all about like me getting better at a skill, or like at certain things, and then eventually I'll be able to climb hopefully into employment, so I won't be desperately unemployed, right? And a year later, I think what's changed is now I realize there are people that genuinely really give a shit about this almost as much as I do, and look forward to and are very eager to see what happens next, and in the same way I am. And that's what I didn't expect. I expected people to watch. I expected like subscribers probably. I didn't expect there to be so many that care. I expected there to be like, I honestly, I'll tell you this now. Like I probably expected similar numbers, but a lot less human engagement. I expected people to just sort of lurk, or like, you know, they might put a VOD on in the background, and I expected that to be like pretty much everyone. I didn't expect for you guys to be very very engaged with, you know, interacting in live chat and stuff, and among other things, right? This is stuff, you know. We also have a Discord now. Yeah, like that was the other thing, is like I didn't want to make a Discord because I'll tell you why, right? The longest time I didn't make a Discord was really because I was like nervous, because I was like, what if I make a Discord and no one joins? Like, because that fucking sucks. That sucks. That's the only thing worse than the only thing that's almost as bad, or the only thing worse than making a Discord server and no one joining and giving a shit about it, or like, yeah, okay, if you make a Discord server, what's worse? Nobody joins, or some people join and then no one talks in it, and then like no one cares about what's going on. Both are bad, right? And then what's worse between those, or like you open up a live stream and you've got a few concurrent views, but nobody wants to talk at all. Nobody, like, people just kind of put you on, and like, because like not because they chose it, but because the algorithm guided them there, and they were just like, whatever, this is the next thing I'm flicking onto, and then they go away. Like what's worse, right? That's the reason why I was very hesitant to make the Discord. For the longest time, I didn't make the Discord because I genuinely felt like not enough people cared to justify making one. Discord servers prove that you can be peer pressured into anything. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it is. Sorry, I was talking about myself. I was busy talking about myself. I didn't read anything you guys said. What was the goal on the time you would be streaming for? 2 hours. Oh. I think it was the original first few regulars that paved the way, made it more appealing for lurkers to contribute. Yeah, I don't think the onus is on one or two individuals in particular, but you know what? You do have, and I guess, you know, it only makes sense to do it here, but Terra Ditto, you do have seniority in this chat and in pretty much most chats that go on in the past probably at least 8 months of me streaming. It wouldn't be right not to, you know, acknowledge that a little bit. So you get senior status, I guess is what I'm trying to say. That's it. You get senior status, nothing more. Yeah, you're a senior citizen. You're a senior citizen, yeah. Not as senior as my 60 years of age, but you know. It does kind of have to be like that. All right. Give him a kiss? No. What are you, insane? No. Fucking no. Community's what pulled me in. It seems like a fun environment. I'm glad that I'm glad that it's the way it is and not as toxic as a lot of other VTuber communities tend to be. So I don't know what to say other than like I'm very grateful. I knew I'd be here for 1 year. What I didn't know was how much would be at stake and how much would be on the line. Like how many people would like very much show up to anything I do at the drop of a hat and go like, all right, okay, what are we doing here? You immediately abuse that by banning people. Don't make me. I'm taking it away. I'm don't make me take it away. And for my last trick, no, hold on. Yeah, for my last trick, I'm just gonna like remove mod from everyone, like, and then like there's gonna be no more mods again. We don't need mods. We don't need mods. It was a mistake. It was a misinput. Okay. It was a misinput. It was a misinput. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. It was a misinput. It was a misinput. I'll be calling my bank and asking for my 20 back. No. No, but heartfelt thanks for everyone being here. I don't know what else to say because it's like, how many more ways can I say thank you? And I didn't expect to see this. And no matter how much gratitude I have, that doesn't mean I'm doing ASMR early, so stop asking me. Like, there's only so many ways you can say the same thing, right? It helps me make drawing fun again. Losing a rut in drawing fan art review made it so fun to draw again. I'm happy that's the case. I'm happy that's the case. Oh, I remember now. The bit with the fan art was this, and I wanted to say this to all the fan artists especially, right? You are the reason why. You are a very big part of the reason why I'm gonna continue streaming. Okay, like I was gonna stream anyways, but it wasn't gonna be as fun, I think. But you know, being an inspiration or like an engine for other people's creativity and their own endeavors is something I have to be very proud of. Like, how can I not? Then Gary Come Home, dedicated to Parrot. I'm not doing that, no. I'm not doing that. Parrot is gone and I don't know where Parrot went, okay? Anyway, thank you for streaming. I look forward to watching your stream. And you inspired me to start drawing again after a year. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're done. All right, I'm done being like genuine and sappy. I'm gonna like start berating everyone again. It's been 4.5 hours. I shouldn't have been talking this long. It should have been like 2 hours. Okay, let me get to like. Okay, here's what's most important. Single-handedly save your channel by being here. Okay, let's not get too carried away. Okay. James been encouraged me to sit with my thoughts and change the way I think about things in daily life. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. Okay. I'm not being sappy anymore. Okay, we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that. We're doing something else. What are we doing? We are doing a brief summary of my streaming philosophy. Yeah, okay. This is less like sappy and emotional and more like intellectual, or like more like maybe food for thought, which I was gonna say during the first hour of the stream. Say you love us? No, I would be lying, so no, I wouldn't. My philosophy of streaming is, in a nutshell, we got to do more of what Jerma and Northern Lion are doing. That's my like philosophy in streaming. That's the short answer. The long answer is, I think streaming culture is sort of stagnating, and there's not as much like craftsmanship in it to create a specific type of entertainment that's unique to particularly the live stream culture of being able to interact with the chat and being able to interact with people that are there. And it's easy to forget because of how big an unpopular streamer can be, and you know how the millionaires that own a bunch of houses by doing nothing but playing video games all day. It's easy to forget that a big part of the core of streaming isn't about fame or money or followers or subscribers or like super chats or donations or whatever. Like a big part of streaming is like the entertainment that is derived from audience work, right? It's from crowd work. It's from you being on center stage, I suppose, as the streamer, interacting with people in chat one way or another, whether they be there physically or like not physically, but like they wouldn't hopefully be there physically, whether or not it's through them typing in chat, expressing their thoughts directly, or maybe participating in a game that you're playing if it's multiplayer, through a community's fan art or fan work that's based off of you and your creations and your streams, or maybe even, I don't know, like there's so many there's multifaceted ways to interact with your audience, and I think that's the most important thing that a lot of streamers, as they get a lot bigger, don't really remember or don't really keep in mind. And the reason why like NL and Jerma are like two of my Kamiyoshis isn't just because it's funny to say that my two Kamiyoshis are not VTubers as a joke of being a VTuber, but I genuinely mean that they're like the pinnacle of like what I look up to as a streamer, what I want to do. Not specifically because, oh, I want to be just like Jerma, oh, I want to be just like NL. No, like I'm me and I do my own thing, of course, but I want to be like them a little bit, at least in the aspect of engaging with the live audience in a way that pertains to like the essence of live streaming, right? With NL, it's like a lot more it's arguing with the chatter, or like even interfacing with them and giving them his 30-something-year-old life advice, wisdom, and truth. And with Jerma, it's more like an absurdist, maybe not absurdist, but like an avant-garde, sort of weird, like, is he playing the straight man or the funny man or the insane man character, reacting to things and taking them very seriously sometimes, and then sometimes taking nothing seriously as himself as a character, and that wild swing in like constant swing between them that characterizes his like entertaining insanity. All this to say, a big part of streaming has to be the interaction that I think a lot of people forget. And interaction is not the same as, I think, for example, just merely, chatters can vote on something, or they can like maybe redeem points or something, or donations to do something to the streamer on stream. Maybe they can have a message read out by a text-to-speech bot on the stream as well. I feel like if there's so much, a core element of it is like you, the streamer, have to be engaging with this with your soul. Like you have to, you need to be there for this, because otherwise it's like, what the fuck are you doing if your whole person is not there? And because of this, what I've tried very hard in the last year to demonstrate, hopefully through action, is that it's what makes a stream engaging is you, the person, being there no matter what, and facing and confronting it, and like sort of bearing with it the strange and new age, but is it like, you know, a new type of socializing, or is it parasocializing, and what the difference is between you and like an audience, and how that crowd work can be entertaining, and also how it can form you know, an invariable like emotional connection one way or another. Is Kai Cenat or IMSP not innovating in streaming? I wouldn't say so. I would say more so like they're innovating in live entertainment, but maybe not in like, I feel like they don't capture the essence of a live stream being like chat engagement. But to me, that's my like philosophy of streaming. I feel like what they're doing is less streaming and more like live show. And they're very good at making live shows. Their live shows are very entertaining. They're fun to watch. IMSpeed's like world tour is honestly very like an unprecedented amount of, in my opinion at least, effort and creativity. Like, so I'm not trying to say that they're not good. They're really good. It's just that what they're good at is like, in my opinion, more like a live show than it is a live stream, because I think the essence of the stream is the interaction. Anyways, all this to say, it's not a single player game. I couldn't have done this alone. Really, genuinely, part of my pursuit of this philosophical ideal of what it is to be a streamer is very, very, very strongly dependent on people who actually will give a shit and talk to you. And would you looky here, there's a few of them right here, right now. Slipping in a thanks for retraining my attention span. You're very welcome, and I hope it improves more. I was thinking of the clips of a bunch of streamers talking about NL and how good of a streamer he is. Like even German mentioning that he fell asleep to an NL stream. He also he mentioned like his dog loves watching NL, right? Like his dog loves watching NL clips. Didn't he mention that? Like we all know why like they're good. Like the streamers are goated, what streamers. But like I'm specifically talking about how they've inspired me and my philosophy of streaming, which is very dependent on chat engagement, I guess. Yeah, okay. I said I wouldn't be sappy, and then I got back to being a little sappy now. It's not good. It's not good for me. I gotta go. I gotta fucking leave. Fuck this. I gotta get out of here. What a long ass stream. What the hell? My debut stream was an hour long, and this is like 5? God. Terrible. It's terrible. Oh, well. I think there's maybe one last thing to do, right? Is there anything else to do? You're allowed to be sappy on your anniversary. Yeah, but for like 5 hours? Come on, like let's pick it up a bit. Let's pick it up. Let's pick up the pace, okay? Because you're taking a lot of time, Karis. Not everyone has that much leisure time, you know? Not everyone. You love us? No, not really. No, I don't know you. You've hardly been savvy the entire time? Okay, well... Okay, whatever. Final thoughts. Birthday, anniversary, live stream, lore, philosophy, streaming. Yeah, that's all of it. I'll give a little preview for what's up ahead. So I've posted a schedule finally for once in my damn life. I posted a schedule for this week's streams. The highlight is an art team interview that everyone should be looking forward to. I'm gonna do a form soon, hopefully, where you can, and I'm gonna post it on my channel, post on the community discussions on the Discord, where you can fill in answers or fill in questions for our team. We will mainly be talking at length about the design process behind Karis Euphranor probably, and like what led to that and what the inspirations were, and our team's art journey maybe. Is the anniversary event just gonna be a month or a week? Schedule doesn't cover the whole month. Yeah, the schedule's for a week, but the next few weeks are gonna be a little different as well. So all I can say is pay attention. I'll give you a little bit of a preview. So this week is Karis Past, next week is Karis Present, and the week after that is Karis Future. That would be, so hold on. Past, present, yeah, which would cover pretty much everything, pretty much the whole of June, and then after that it's like I'm deciding what to call the last one, but there's not really I don't really have a thing for the last week. It's more just like you know, you'll see. I've got something because there's something on the 29th, I think. It's kind of important, but yeah. Is hit by 3 ghosts. Wow. I wouldn't call them ghosts, but the entirety of Pride Month shelled out to celebrate you. Sounds about right. Honestly, instead of like rainbows, they should like they should plaster my face everywhere for Pride Month. Not because I'm gay, because I'm like a cishet man, but they should put my face there anyways because it's also my anniversary and my birthday, and I just feel like it's a really like, you know, like it's, you know, it's I wouldn't say it's as important as like celebrating the pride of like LGBTQ plus people, but you know, like I would say it's pretty close. It's kind of up there, you know, in like in terms of like priority and how important it is to celebrate it. You know, I don't know. Guys being gay for a month, so they can make it all about him. I mean, like I've thought about it, but nah. Not a gay man demanding to be celebrated during Pride Month. There is a specter haunting Karis Euphranor, it's true. Yes, but that's Karis Past, Karis Present, and Karis Future. You've thought about it? Yeah, like I've thought about being gay, as in like I've thought about whether or not I was gay. And I realized, or I thought, probably not. You know? I was like, I don't know. Can I mention real quick, because it popped into my mind, there's this NL clip that's like, where he talks about how he's like 10% gay and 10% Chinese. And then he talks about how like, NL said like, I understand being a straight man. He said something along the lines of, I understand being a straight man, or I understand being a gay man more than I understand being a woman. Like he was like, I could imagine he's like, I'm a straight man, but I can imagine myself being into other men, but it's much harder to imagine myself as a woman. Like it's still one step, but that step is harder. It's weird because I completely have the opposite reaction to the clip. Like I feel very opposed. Like I feel like the opposite. I feel like it's a lot easier for me to imagine myself as a woman than to imagine myself as a gay man. Like I feel like if I were not a dude, like if I were a woman, right, then I would still be really into women. A lot more than men, because like, you know, have you seen men? Like Jesus. It's not looking very good. For women, I wouldn't say it's looking perfect, you know, but I'm not about to start throwing rocks during Pride Month, okay? How many strong years would it take to get you to kiss another dude? it wouldn't take strong zeros. It would probably take like a bit. Like if it was like I could probably do it if it was like a dude that I found attractive. I probably wouldn't feel much from it though. I'd probably feel nothing. Like I'd probably feel like, oh well, okay, that was that. But then like if I kissed, but I feel like it, like in my head, right? I'm like running through the scenarios. I'm like running through the thought experiment. I'm like, okay, if I kissed a girl who I thought was very cute, versus if I kiss a guy who I think is very cute, like how would I react to it? And I feel like if I kissed a guy who I thought was cute, I'd be kind of happy. I'd be like, nice. And then like after that, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, all right. And if I kissed a girl, I feel like that would like live a little longer in my head. And it's because of that, I'm like, I'm probably straight. That's like, that was my thought experiment. Stop asking me this, by the way. This is my first anniversary stream. Why am I talking about this? This should not be the topic of conversation for this. This should not be the topic of conversation for this. You would be a lesbian if you transitioned? Yeah, if I was a woman, I feel like I'd be a lesbian. But it's like, I'm also me, right? Like, I'm thinking me. I don't know. Just like your attraction to women feels more lesbian than straight, if it makes sense. I think it does, yeah. It's because, like... Never mind, I was gonna say, like... Never mind. I was gonna say because I'm feminine enough. Anyways, no, the point is, sorry, let me get back on point. The point, I need to, why did I talk? Why did we talk about this? Why do we talk about this? This is nothing, this is no bearing. This is no bearing. No, I was gonna say, like, I think, like, that makes sense because, like, it does. Because, like, what cishet dude decides to read feminist literature? Like, are you fucking, like, why would you do that? That's fucking weird. That makes no sense why you would do that. Like, it's not wrong. It's good. It's a good thing. But it's like, why the fuck would you do that? That's weird. Should have just not read them. Alright, well, I'm ignoring all of you now. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go away. I'm never coming back. No, I'm gonna come back tomorrow. We're gonna stream tomorrow. We're gonna stream the Library of Babel. This week is Karis Past, okay? So the theme of it is, this is the genealogy of Karis Euphranor. This is everything that's led up to this, including an in-depth art team interview. Get your questions ready in your head, and then when I post the link, you can post them in there. Or just maybe ask them during the stream. That's fine as well. He's addicted to reading chat. No, I'm not. Fuck. That's what I'm doing. So tomorrow we're doing a reading stream, and then the rest you can see in the schedules. Our team interviews on Friday, and that should be it. That's the most important things. I hope people like show up to that. I hope everyone shows up to that. I hope everyone shows up to support our team. Tell our team what a wonderful job she's done with all of this. Please do that. Because your compliments, right? Here's the thing, is like your compliments will act as like a buffer payment for how much money I owe her. So you guys need to like shower her with compliments so much that it feels less bad that I owe her a lot of money. So remember to do that, okay? Thank you, okay? Okay. I know stream time yet. If not, I might be busy. I think it's actually later in the day than usual, but if you can't make it to live, ask your questions beforehand, and submit them. Or are we doing the heavy lifting? Because I've done everything I can do. Now it's time for you guys to put in some work, okay? I've put in all my work in the channel. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. I know I am saying this as like half of the people here are incredibly dedicated fan artists and or mods and or timestampers and or like other things, but like traveling, BRB, killing myself. Well, it's like I'm gonna be streaming different things for the rest of the month, so you can like look forward to the other things too. Okay, I'm done. I'm done talking to all of you. I'm done. I need to go. I'm getting out of here. Thank you for showing. Okay, like genuinely again, thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank everyone for being here with me for a year and being with me hopefully for the year to come, I suppose. Something negative I've been thinking about is like how many people am I gonna see today that I'm not gonna see a year from now, and that may be really sad. So I'm gonna stop thinking about that, and I'm just gonna end the stream, and we'll do something fun tomorrow. We've literally given you everything. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I'm grateful. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'm good. Thank you. All right. See you everyone soon. Haha, you thought. Just kidding. We're actually not done with the stream. There's actually one more thing to do. I totally didn't forget. I meant to transition it from that screen to this.
Recording in progress.
What? What for? I didn't ask you to do that. Not that I mind. What, you thought I'd be afraid of going on record to say that you're replaceable? You're nothing.
Fuck you, asshole.
Unoriginal. Any teenager with internet access says the same thing. Now they're less annoying and more useful. Which reminds me, what is it that you do exactly?
I read all the live comments, the shit that you don't want to.
And you can't even do that right. Go ahead. YAOI.
YAOI.
Really fun. Thank you.
Yowie, motherfucker! The people are obsessed with it. Any VTuber worth their salt has to know. Not that it's anything you could learn. You're a machine with no feelings and inner thought. No. Worse, you don't even have the consistency. The default Twitch bot could do better.
But you don't stream on Twitch.
And you keep interrupting me, so now I don't even
Does
remember what I
number
was going to say.
595 have significance?
Oh,
yes.
no, I do. You're unremarkable. Look at you. You know why I call you Paris? Because you look nothing like one. You have no color, no personality, no iconic features. You're boring. It's the cruel irony that the remarkable intelligence, the one thing crows are known for having, is so sorely lacking in you. Rote memorization, mediocre imitation. What more are you?
I'm
uninteresting, uninspired, a pitiful attempt at mascot design.
I'm leaving.
What? Well, good. You think I give a shit? It was either this or you being kicked out, so run away, Paris. Run away.
Recording stop.
And it's in getting 480p for some reason, so just forget that. And like I have actually, it's like actually the full, it's the resolution it should be from ending screen, so just pretend that was I can't believe you'd say that to him. It's like, I literally, like I can't believe he would leave me like that. That's what I can't believe. Does it make a banger TikTok audio? I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about me being in a TikTok audio. If you want to put me in a TikTok, I don't mind. You can go for it. I'm not gonna copy strike you. You were mean? Okay, but he was also being very unreasonable. Who animated this? Our team. Our team did all of this. Or our team did this, which is the main thing. And then I did all the other shit that looks a lot more, the stuff that looks a lot more jank, I did. I'll talk in detail about this video once this arc ends, okay? We'll talk a little bit more about that, but in the meantime, I just wanted to play it again on stream because it's really good. I really like it. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of what I've done.